caused by unthinking people who carelessly throw away ageless ideals as if they were old and outworn machinery.
But it is the values of individual liberty, equality before the law and the supremacy of people over the state to which we can always with confidence return as a powerful and uniting force.
Australia is not a secular country. It is a free country.
Good evening and welcome to the Defending Democracy telethon. My name is Dave Pellowe and I've urgently convened this telethon tonight with dozens of Australia's highest calibre speakers, thinkers, and there's so many more people we could have added tonight who sent their apologies and good wishes, who are helping promote this event. The hour is urgent because democracy can only be sustained with a space where people can ventilate and explore truth and ideas. We see in the American First Amendment 5 clauses which actually establish the fact that there needs to be a lot of power for people: freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of petition and peaceable assembly. And that's because unless we can hold the government to account, then government has every opportunity of becoming tyrannical. And so whenever free speech is suppressed, democracy is diminished. Well, joining me tonight on the panel, initially to start with, at least for the first half of the night, is George Christensen, good friend and former MP from up north of Queensland, now a local councillor and representing Citizen Go tonight. Welcome, George.
Thank you very much. I have to say, because in local government, we don't get the liberty of free speech. And so I'm not representing Mackay Regional Council tonight. Or if I didn't say that, I'd be hauled in front of a code of conduct, which just shows where free speech is led to in this country. But I am representing Citizen Go, and thank you very much for having me on this important telethon event, Dave. Citizen Go is right behind you. We've launched a campaign today where we're calling on people to petition the Attorney General of Queensland, Yvette Daff, to tell her to end this vexatious and frivolous suit against you, and also to drastically change these anti-discrimination laws, because they're nothing more than really anti-free speech laws as far as we are concerned. So we're right behind you, and all power to you.
Thank you. I want to immediately introduce John Steenhof tonight. He's been a guest speaker at many church and state summits, and in fact, the first Church and State Summit was held in the end of February 2018, and I invited the then Managing Director of the Human Rights Law Alliance, Mr. Martyn Iles, to come and speak to the conference, because I knew right back then that the Human Rights Law Alliance was essential, such a great idea for the future of democracy and religious freedom, as well as liberty for everybody in Australia. And of course, he became the managing director of ACL very quickly, but I still value that organisation and have had HRLA, the Human Rights Law Alliance, at every conference I can as much as possible. They're an indispensable part of the fight to redeem our culture. So I'm going to bring John Steenhof, who is been the managing director of the Human Rights Law Alliance, into the show right now. John, thank you so much for all the work you do. You're on.
Good evening, Dave. I'm having some sound problems here with you. I can't not get some
sound.
Can you hear me okay? It's great to be here tonight with you and representing the HRLA, and just really honoured to be with this august panel, including George. Hello, George. And hoping that we can really raise some money to protect freedom of speech, freedom of thought, and freedom of expression. That's what we're at the HRLA. I'm the principal lawyer of the Human Rights Law Alliance. We are a not-for-profit law firm, and we exist for everyday Australians who are seeing increasingly their freedom of speech being encroached on. And we run cases all the time for people who are finding themselves at the end of complaints that are taken by a grievance industry, by activists, to try to shut down ideas that they don't like. And this is a real problem, because the only way that we can combat bad ideas is when we have the freedom to contest that with good ideas. Now, some of the cases that I've run, Dave, we run a case for a foster couple in Western Australia. They were everyday Australians who wanted to foster children. That was the Ruddick family. And in 2017, they went to a local agency and made an application to foster children. Once the foster agency found out that they were Christians, and once they expressed their completely orthodox Christian views on sexuality and gender, they were rejected and told that they would be unsafe as carers. Now, most people would be devastated, and indeed the Rudicks were by that, but we fought a long case over 3 or 4 years. We had top quality counsel that were engaged pro bono and ran that case for free to contest the fact that Christians cannot be foster carers, because the safest place for a vulnerable child is in a home of a loving Christian family. And I think all Australians would agree with that. And we won that case in 2021. It was a great victory. But what we need is the resources and the funding to be able to run these cases. They aren't cheap. We've run cases for other people like Katrina Tate in Queensland. She was dragged through the very same tribunal that you're facing because she said that drag queens shouldn't be telling stories to children. New South Wales activists came after her using New South Wales laws to suggest that what she had engaged in was hate speech when she said that the local library should not be holding drag queen story events. So we successfully contested that case. And when it was clear that we were there, that we meant business, that we were well-resourced and we were going to run the case well, this activist withdrew the claim. But after 7 months, and in many of these cases, it's not the actual claim, whether it's won or lost. The process is the punishment. And so a lot of Australians, when they face these claims, it's an incredibly stressful and anxious time for them. Now, you can't really understand what it's like until you face that crucible yourself. Add to that negative media, where the media often gets involved and paints these stories in ways that are very prejudicial towards the people facing the claim. And you have something where these people need someone coming alongside them for support. And that's what we provide at HRLA. And so we're really glad that we are able to stand by you, Dave. We've stood by a lot of Australians. I'm hoping to share lots more stories tonight. And I'll hand back to you because I know you've got lots to say on this subject, and look forward to touching base with you again from time to time this evening.
Thank you very much, John. And yeah, I want John to come back every hour and just give us some stories about the cases, because it's ordinary people, ordinary mums and dads who are at the most vulnerable. I'm blessed to have dozens of influential friends and a platform and my own reach, and I can get the story out easily and raise funds for my defence. And tonight's objective is to raise 10 or 100 times more than I'm going to need for my case. So that we need to have a war chest that says to the grievance industry, no, there are no more easy targets. You'd better pick your battles, because there's not going to be any more pushovers. Well, somebody who's not a pushover is one of Australia's loved senators, Senator Ralph Babet, and he's joining us right now from Canberra. Senator Babet, welcome to Defending Democracy.
Thank you, my friend. And, loved is a strong word. The left definitely doesn't love me. The godless demonic left, they can't stand me.
They love to hate. They love to hate. They love to hate you, Senator Babet.
Senator Babet, what do you think is the cutting edge of problems with free speech in Australia? There might be many, but is there a particular focus where you'd like to see some reformation?
Well, mate, the situation that you find yourself in now, right now, it's bloody outrageous. Let's be honest. You're a Christian minister speaking at a Christian event, being dragged before a tribunal just for acknowledging the one true God. How much garbage is that? What business is it of the Human Rights Commission, whether a Christian minister acknowledges Aboriginal spirituality or he doesn't? What is it their business? Look, as Christians, my friend, as Christians, we insist that Jesus is a historical figure who really lived and who really died on a cross and who rose from the dead, proving conclusively that he is who he said he was, which is God in the flesh. Now, that's either true or it's not. If arguing for truth is made impossible by the criminalization of causing offense, then truth claims become impossible. Therefore, religion becomes impossible without being prosecuted by the state. Now, as you pointed out in your remarks, the Church and State Conference, Dave, Welcome to Country is infused with spiritual meaning. Now, if you subscribe to Indigenous spirituality, then good luck to you. Good luck to you. But it is outrageous and it is morally wrong that the rest of us should be made to subscribe to it. The state should stay well away from matters of conscience. Welcome to Country. It's nothing short of forced participation in a religion that we don't subscribe to. At every sporting event, every government meeting, every corporate seminar, every Qantas landing, even Zoom meetings, we're expected to sit down or in some cases stand up and take part in a nod to Aboriginal spirituality. It's wrong. If you subscribe to it, good for you. But for me, it's wrong. But to find that there's an expectation to do all of that in a house of God, in a Christian church, or at a Christian conference, that's unconscionable. And so, while I do regret the stress and the expense that you will now be forced to bear, Dave, I'm grateful to you for being willing to fight this fight. It is one of the reasons that I was obviously pleased to take part in this event tonight, because this fight that you're now involved in, Dave, it's not just a fight for your own rights, but like you alluded to, it's a fight for really everyone's rights, because the grievance industry is coming for all of us. Dave is just in the way, ladies and gents. He's just in the way right now. Now, if good people fail to stand up to the totalitarians who dream of imposing their own religious fetishes on the rest of us, then we will soon find ourselves without any freedom at all. And you know what? If a man is not free, well then, what kind of a man is he? So Dave, thank you for your courage. And I'll encourage every person on this call who's watching this broadcast, either live or on delay, to dig deep and contribute to the cause so that these outrageous attacks on religious freedom are defeated. Now, Dave, bear with me. I've got some people to bring onto the screen. Guys, want to come and say hi? I'm in Canberra right now. I've got my chief of staff here and my advisor here as well. We've got Sue Allan and we've got Michael. We're all on side. Any words for Dave?
Oh, just keep fighting. You know, you are the tip of the spear, Dave, and we support you 100%. So just know that everything that we do within the Australian Parliament, you're in our thoughts and in our prayers every day.
Yeah, Dave, we're with you in the HRLA. We love the work that you do, and we too fear God most, and we'll always put him first in everything we do.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you. You're an absolute powerhouse, Senator Babet. You and your team there. You're fighting the good fight on a lot of fronts. Obviously, the issue of freedom of speech, it's very important to us all, but you're fighting on the COVID-19 response, Commission of Inquiry bill. You're fighting on the Born Alive Children's Protection Bill. Very quickly, I've got about less than a minute, but you brought this up in Parliament today. Some of our viewers may be interested to know what happened.
Well, so basically what we came to the Senate with was, look, my fellow senators, in a nutshell, this is how simple it was. We need to acknowledge that children are being born alive in this country. Approximately one child a week is born alive following their own failed abortion, and that child is left to die without medical care in some states and territories in this country. Shocking. I essentially said, it's not okay. We need to acknowledge that this is a problem. We need to talk about it, and we need to have a vote essentially at the end. And 18 of my fellow senators supported me and agreed that it was a problem. 38 said that they basically said no, they didn't agree with my motion, and the rest abstained from the vote or they weren't present on the day. Absolutely shocking that only 18 people agreed with me that a child born alive and left to die is an absolute outrage against God. Terrible.
That 38 senators happy with them just dying without any medical care. That's lovely. Well, thank you for your fight, and thank you for being here and defending freedom of speech and democracy.
Thank you, boys. And before I go, I will say that I have a bill in front of the Senate right now called the Born Alive bill, and that was originally introduced by George Christensen. So, George, thank you so much, my friend. I'm carrying your torch, and I'm fighting on in the spirit that you laid down when you were here. Bye-bye, guys.
It's a mutual admiration society. Thank you very much. Now, we've got the Australian Christian Lobby's Managing Director, or CEO, I should say, Michelle Pearse, who's joining us as well. Michelle has got an esteemed career. She comes from the UK, brilliant woman, and she's had a lot of experience over there with lobbying parliamentarians and various different political bodies. Now she's brought that to Australia, and I've got to say she's been very, very strong since she started in this role. And I really love the Australian Christian Lobby. They're one of those outfits that you could always count on during my 11 years as a member of Parliament. So it's great that she's joining us and is going to be saying a few words in your defence, David, which is a very strong defence indeed. Michelle, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thanks for having me this evening.
Michelle,
I'm here because I really. Sorry, Dave. You go. Short delay there.
Just going to throw to you and give you some kind of prompting question. What would you like to tell the Defending Democracy audience tonight?
Well, I think just for centuries, since the beginning of the world, really, it's been the voice of Christians, the followers of God, that has been necessary, really, for the well-being of society. For thousands of years, it's Christians who have been championing righteousness and justice, as you are, Dave, as many of your listeners and people represent tonight. The prophet Isaiah speaks the words of God: I will make justice the measuring line and righteousness the plumb line. And many Christian views have been accepted in the West as non-controversial, and because we speak on behalf of the poor, the vulnerable, the homeless, orphans and widows. Reflect on, it's really since the sexual revolution that something has fundamentally shifted. The sexual revolution, I think, unleashed the spirit of rebellion, and all the good work that has been done since things like the Reformation, the Great Awakening has been, it's really forced people to pick a side. And unfortunately, elements of the sexual revolution have seeped in. It's influenced the church, and segments of the church has lost its ability, I think, to discern between kingly culture, and therefore we've lost a bit of our saltiness, and our light has been dimmed through our own compromise. And when we're silent on issues like abortion, when we laugh at obscenities, here we are now in the midst of a new cultural revolution and wave of rebellion that's really sweeping across Australia, across the West. And once again, we're forced to pick a side. I really think these are times of testing, and we're seeing as cases like yours, Dave, and many others continue to arise. And I think the challenge to us is, will we hold the truth under the threat of persecution? And I know that you are one of those, Dave, who's willing to uphold truth even under the threat of prosecution. In the Roman Empire, when Christianity was a threat to the empire, there were those that were bold, of old. When their blood was spilt, many came to faith as a result of their sacrifice. But I read later on about the grandchildren of these martyrs, when they were challenged, some of them actually denied Christ because they didn't have the same convictions as their ancestors. So we are being pulled before equal opportunities commissions, human rights commissions, and we may be placed in prison, be mocked and persecuted. I think in all of these conversations, we remember persecuted Christ. And, when we're talking about picking a side, I don't think it's about distancing ourselves from our mandate, reach the world, but it is about picking the side of suffering. And sometimes that's what it takes when we choose to stand for truth. And this culture, it's radical humility that's going to break the stronghold of pride, and it's radical obedience that's going to break the stronghold of rebellion. And so that means Christians have to continue to be bold, continue to speak the truth. We actually have it this time because it's our voice that determines whether justice and righteousness and compassion and mercy will continue to exist, because it's people like George Christensen, Babet, it's believers that are standing up for the rights of the unborn children. It's believers like you, Dave, who you say the earth is the Lord's and all that is in it. set the foundations of the world in place. And so we've got to continue to uphold that. And we at ACL are really passionate about continuing to stand for truth. And I just wholeheartely commend the work of the Rights Law Alliance. They are defending the truth about human rights. It's so distorted in Australia at the moment in the way that the Commission and the laws are reflecting human rights. But as Christians, we need to band together in times like this to support one another in the face of literal trials. We're facing literal trials. And we need to continue to speak truth because a church that's silent operated injustice. And to continue to speak truth and to continue to have peace in our ability to continue to speak it without conflict, we need organisations like the HRLA who will defend Christians in the courts, because those decisions have the power to set precedents, which will then continue to protect Christians and all those who speak truth unashamedly. So I commend their work. Please support their organisation with agenda and do it this evening while it's fresh in your mind, while you're watching this. Even if you're watching delayed, go on to Dave's link there to donate to the HR, an amazing organisation. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michelle. Can I ask you one question before you go? You have been overseas before you took on this role in the UK, where we've seen, and it's very sad to see, you know, the home of Magna Carta, the home of the Great Bill of Rights and all the rest of it, the home of parliamentary democracy, where free speech ultimately emanated from. But that country has started to clamp down on free speech. I mean, people get knocks on the door for posting about this gender fluidity nonsense. They get knocks on the door from the local constabulary, and now you get knocks on the door if you question immigration. So tell us, I feel that here in Australia, we're a little bit like the proverbial frog in the pot. You know, we don't see too much of these attacks on Christians. And so we believe, oh no, everything's fine. We've got religious freedom. We can read the Bible. We can go to church. We can say what we want to say. But people increasingly aren't able to say what they want to say, whether it's in universities, whether it's in professions, whether it's in schools, whether it's, something that's going to get them hauled before the Anti-discrimination Tribunal, like Dave Pellowe is going through right now. But I want your perspective. You've been there in the UK. You've been there when it has been as bad as what it still is now, where people get knocks on the door from the police because of what they post online. How bad is it getting in Australia compared to that, Michelle?
Yeah, I think we're on the way there, if not already there. And the danger is that we're sensitized to our culture. And what really shocked me was I left Australia in 2017 and then came back before, and the rate at which Australia had shifted and gone down the secular pathway and given in to a lot of these ideology in schools, I was shocked by how people weren't outraged by what was going on. And because I came back, far Australia had progressed. I wasn't a frog in the water. You know, I came out and then came back in and was quite shocked by what I'd seen. But I think the key to remaining sensitized and not desensitized is to continue to speak truth, is to continue to confront it, is to continue to wrestle with it. Because the moment that we sort of just accept it and think it's just the way things are going is the way that it will is when it will completely overrun us.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for coming on, Michelle, and thank you for all the good work that the Australian Christian Lobby does on behalf of Christians right across the nation.
Yeah, very much. Thank you very much, Michelle. Well, coming up in this half hour, we will also have Warren Mundine. We're going to have John Ruddick, and later we'll have Daisy Cousens and Andrew Cooper, Managing Director of CPAC. But right now, we're going to hear from one of the academic heroes in Australia, someone actually conservative in a law school, and that is Professor James Allan. Professor Allan, welcome to the Defending Democracy telethon. And tell me, what's your take on the current situation of freedom of speech in Australia right now? And
first,
what do you think is, say again?
Well, I was just going to say, firstly, thank you for having me on, guys, George and David. And obviously this is important. And if you wanted my take, well, we're better off than Britain, which is not good right now. My take is that the remedy to this is political. And the problem is that our right of center main party, the coalition, is useless. I mean, Chris Afuli is going to win in October, I think, because we're all sick and tired of the Queensland Labour Party. Is he going to come in and reform the Human Rights Commission? No, I doubt it. And, look at all the terrible things that were done to people during lockdowns. The Human Rights Commission never said a word. The Federal Human Rights Commission, every single one of those people was appointed by the Libs, all of them. And so the problem is they come into power and they don't appoint anybody with a conservative bone in his or her body. I liked Abbott, but he came in and gave up on repealing Section 18C. He didn't even put it to the Senate. And so the problem is that when we get into power, when we win elections, we don't do anything. And when Labor gets into power, even when things aren't in their manifesto, like basically what Keir Starmer's doing in Britain, nothing like that was in his manifesto. And Albanese did all sorts of things he didn't signal to the electorate. We get into power and, we end up having to fight with the sort of moderates in the party who would be better off in the Labor Party. And it's very difficult to deal with. So we need to start getting a bit of a backbone. Let's start by trying to reform when the Libs win in Queensland, because I think they will win. Let's start with fixing the so-called Human Rights Commission. What they're doing to you is an absolute disgrace. Now, you're going to fight it, and I'm confident you're going to win. It's ridiculous. But as everyone else has said leading up to me, the process is the punishment. That goes back to the Mark Stein line. They drag you through the courts. People who aren't well connected, it's very difficult for them to speak their minds. I mean, I'm a professor at UQ and I'm old enough not to care about the money. Nothing happens to me. I mean, no one's ever really tried to silence me because they think I'm crazy, and I'd fight back, and I would. But for most people, it's quite a threat if you're going to lose your job and you have a family to feed. And so it's quite difficult for people like that. And our side of politics ought to be looking out for us. Our side of politics ought to have sorted out the religious freedom problem, and they haven't. And so they ought to be dealing with the wing of the Liberal Party that really doesn't believe in this stuff. And then they ought to propose things and then do them. I actually haven't got a problem if you put it to the Senate. If the Senate blocks it and it looks like you're fighting, well, you just keep fighting. Eventually it'll get through. But when you give up completely, it's a really bad sign. I mean, I'd like to see a little bit more bravery from our politicians, bravery from the corporate class. Just look at the voice referendum and all of the establishment wings of the country. The churches, disgrace. The sporting bodies, the corporate class, the bureaucracy, they all lined up on the sort of hard left wing of sort of destroying our Constitution. Now, it lost, but, it shouldn't come to that. And there ought to be a cost to bear. So that, the churches should pay a cost. All of the establishment churches who lined up behind the voice. What are they doing? Are they being held to account? No. So that's the problem. I don't think they feel there's any cost to taking these. I'm speaking from a university. If you refuse to do an acknowledgement of country, you could never get a leader. You could never become a dean of law. If you refuse to sing the national anthem, you could become a dean of law, no problem. And it's that sort of attitude. Now, there are very few conservatives left in the universities. Every single year, under 9 years of coalition government, the universities got worse. And those of us in the universities were telling the Liberals that it was getting worse. And their answer to that was to consult with the vice chancellors, who are the problem. So, we've got a big problem. Look what happened to Peter Ridd. He was speaking the truth. The Liberals university, you'll lose all your funding tomorrow unless you sort this out. They didn't do that. The High Court decision was a disgrace in Peter Ridd. They virtue signaled about the importance of academic freedom, and then they said, oh, by the way, the code of conduct and confidentiality trumps it. So there was actually no way that Peter Ridd could run his defense and still win. So, I'm a real, what are we going to do to fix this kind of person? And I think the remedies are all political. And I think we need to make it clear to our side of politics, you're not getting our preferences. We're just not going to preference you until we see some backbone out of you.
Adding you now.
Yeah, look, thanks very much for that, Professor Allan. I think that that assessment is top notch. I would add to that we saw obviously the long march through the institutions that captured universities pretty early. What we never ever realised is it would also capture corporations and then some of the churches as well. I think that's where it's ended up leading, which is reflected in what you were saying before.
Well, George, you're too polite to say this, George, but look what the Liberal Party did to you. I mean, everything you said, I think, was true. And, your own colleagues, supposedly who believe in free speech, were prepared to sort of try to condemn you for saying stuff. They didn't say, look, I disagree with George, but he's free to say it. They just said, they wanted to condemn you. Basically, everything you said about the lockdowns was true, and what they said was not true.
Well, I think they've come to realise that now, and there's a little bit of eating old words and attacks. But anyway, I want to ask you, Professor Allan, about these anti-discrimination laws and other such things, hate speech laws that they call them, that are continually now put up by governments. I get very, very worried. I am not a free speech absolutist, but I am, unless there is harm that is being caused, and I mean direct harm to an individual, their reputation, or, for instance, national security, if people are telling other people how to build weapons, build bombs, and that sort of thing, I can understand, wanting to put some restrictions there. But apart from that, I'm pretty much am a free speech absolutist. I just wonder, one, where you stand, and two, where you think we're going with all of these new anti-discrimination, anti-hate speech laws that state governments are continually throwing up.
Well, firstly, George, I sort of basically agree with you. If someone discovered a way to make a biological weapon with things in your kitchen, just basic items in your kitchen, I would not let them publish that. I mean, anyone who says you can publish something like that, that's not free speech absolutum. That's more, you're being a moron. So there are everyone's on the spectrum. And at some point, you have to limit speech. If someone has a list of CIA agents and they'll all be killed if you publish them, I wouldn't let them publish it. But as you say, just about everything else, I'm in the school that says government restrictions on speech are more of a danger than letting people speak. Are people going to get things wrong? Yeah. They absolutely are. Is some puffed up e-safety commissioner who trots out idiotic slogans about disinformation going to get things wrong? Yes, she is. Again, appointed by the Conservatives. Every single official who does dumb things.
She was appointed essentially to deal with cyberbullying, and suddenly she's gone off being a censorship czar. And I mean, get it wrong. I mean, she got it wrong. She was the one out there trying to say that there was going to be a spate of online attacks that were racist when The Voice was going on, and apparently there were only 2 incidences of that were reported to her office. So she certainly gets a lot wrong.
My daytime job is as a constitutional lawyer, and I don't think the no case said anything that was incorrect. So I don't agree with any of those people who say it was misinformation. I think all of the no case was basically true. People will disagree with me, but silencing it is just ridiculous. The problem is we need to come into power, and I would disband the human rights commissions, because effectively they're taking sides on issues and they're always left wing. They almost never take a right of center position on anything. And, rights are contestable. Where do you draw the line on free speech? Where do you draw the line on freedom of assembly? These are contestable. And why some person appointed to a commission who's unaccountable to no one, accountable to no one. Why should they get to draw those lines? And I mean, that's the core problem right here. And so again, you know, I would like to see Christopher come into power and just say, what this commission has done to Dave is so reprehensible that we will be replacing all of the members. We'll pay, if we have to pay them out, we will, and we'll replace them all. They won't do that. They won't do anything. That's the problem. We know that right now.
Right.
They will not do anything.
You're right, and that's what's very sad about the state of modern conservatism is that they want a small target strategy. They want to be have very little difference between them and the Labor Party, thinking that that's the way to get elected to office. It's not the way to get elected to office, and it's certainly not the way to uphold the values that those parties are supposed to aspire, which is about freedom and limited government. But yet we don't.
Correct,
see it
George.
from
And the roadkill side effect is people like Dave, where some jumped up bureaucrat decides that you know, we're gonna continue on with this claim, which you're gonna win, Dave, by the way, but they're gonna make life difficult for you for a few months, you know, pour encourager les autres to show the others what's in store for them if they step out of line. Because let's be honest, I can pretty much say what I want. They're not going to come after me. I've got a high profile, and it's more or less the same with George and Dave. And if they do come after you, you're going to win. But there's hundreds of thousands of people who will be cowed into silence, and that's the problem. You know, they're not in a elite position. Like I know how lucky I am, and I know that I can say anything, and I'm fine. Or if not, I don't really care. I'll go to the wall fighting. But basically, they leave people who are in a position to fight back. They leave them alone, and they go after.
Yeah, that's right.
They go after people who can't fight back, and that's why what you're doing is so important. Get lots of money, and every time anything happens, fight. Never settle. Always fight.
Yeah. Professor Allan, thank you so much for your thoughts, your wisdom, your thought leadership, helping train lawyers to become conservative. One of your students is the Managing Director of the Human Rights Law Alliance, John Steenhof. He remembers you fondly. Yeah, that's exactly why we are doing this. We are doing this for all the people who don't have a profile, who can't get a whole bunch of friends together like this. So if you're watching this now, thank you very much. If you're watching this later, there's still chance to give. Live or later, please go to defendingdemocracy.au right now and dig deep. Give a lot, because it's not about me, it's not about George or James or people who have a fairly good chance of winning in a battle like this. It's about the nameless, faceless, anonymous, ordinary, regular Australians who we are building a shield for right now and reinforcing the magnificent work that the Human Rights Law Alliance do. So head to defendingdemocracy.au. We've already raised over $50,000. But friends, I tell you, we are nowhere near where we need to be to even fight one serious case. We need to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars. So let's see how close we can get to 1 million. Would you please share this video, this stream, and make sure as many people as possible are watching this tonight, so we can raise awareness and raise the alarm that we can defend ourselves when we stick together and make a target too big for the grievance industry to readily attack from now on. Professor Allan, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thanks, guys. Good luck.
Thank you. Well, joining us right now is one of my favourite senators, and maybe I have a few, but we won't tell them which one's actually my favourite, like our favourite children. Gee, I'm ruining this right now. Sorry for all the bad introduction there. Senator Alex Antic is a hero of truth and justice, calling power to account and asking the tough questions. What I like about this Liberal senator from South Australia is he does not cow to the media. He does not let them dictate the agenda, but he actually fights on behalf of real issues. And I think that's the way we should always choose our preferences. George? And,
you know, you actually had a good intro there, because I know that Alex has just, well, his wife has just had a baby. And so congratulations, Alex, on the new bundle of joy and the sleepless nights that have followed since.
That's so exciting, Senator Antic.
Thanks, George.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, George. Look, I can't actually take all the credit for this. I mean, obviously, I did most of the work, but I had to hear about it a lot, though. Anyway, whatever. Oh, by the way, Dave, I want you to go back and I want you to reorder your favourites, please, from 1 to however many. And I just think it's a healthy thing to do. So if you wouldn't mind.
You want me to list them for you now?
We'll do it later. It's fine. It's fine.
Well, while you're here and while you're the brand new dad, you are my favourite. Don't tell the others.
Perfect.
Senator Antic, what's the situation with free speech and democracy in Australia? What do you see as probably one of the battlefronts that the media should take more interest in and pressure government to be more democratic and just?
Look, I mean, there are so many. Where do you start? I guess probably from my point of view, the topical one for me, which is the issue of the electronic space. I've been worried about this for a long period of time. George might well remember from his time in Parliament when in a different chamber, but we moved for a Senate Select Committee into big tech and their influence on social media platforms. We're seeing this getting played out in real time in the United States with an election coming up pretty soon in November. And I don't think we're immune from it here in Australia either. I think we see all the usual problems that these algorithms give us and these big tech platforms give us with being able to communicate. You might say, well, ironically, we're doing that on a big tech platform tonight, but the ways and means in which these corporations can kind of shut down the debate, shift the debate around by virtue of just determining what people don't and do see. And I mean, for me, that is probably the big issue at the moment. I there are so many. I don't think the kind of our community and our democracy has really caught up with a lot of these. Politics moves very, very slowly, and the fixes are very slow. And to me, it feels as though this is the horse that's bolted. I think it's probably as big an influence on our everyday lives as anything. Something like, I think it's 96 or 97% of people use Google for their searches. And that's an enormous market share. And so being sure that we've got people getting guided in the right place and being, not being shut down by other platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and I guess Twitter is a better space for it now. But I don't think we foresaw this coming in a sense where we saw media ownership laws in this state 50 years ago. This is a new beast and it's a very influential one. And for me, from a freedom of speech point of view, that is probably the elephant in the room, I reckon.
The crazy thing, Senator Antic, is that they whenever this issue of big tech is spoken about, and I agree with you that we've got a problem with Meta, with Google. They're the main two. Twitter used to do it until Elon come along, but particularly Meta and Google are very censorious. Meta has these fake fact checkers that are embedded with the organisation. I'm sure that they've stung you from time to time, and really you've got to look at some of these fact checks and you see that it's just opinion. So yes, I agree with you that they are bad in terms of what they're doing with censorship, but every time that it's discussed at a governmental level, or even as it's being discussed in the press at the moment, it seems that the argument that's being put is that they're not doing censorship enough and they need to do it more. Certainly that's where our beloved censorship queen, our e-safety commissioner, is coming from. How do we push back against that when the political zeitgeist, the media zeitgeist seems to be, there's got to be more censorship. People shouldn't be saying what they want to say anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the usual tools for censorship are there. They've always been like that. I mean, the classic one in the e-world is protecting children, which, of course, nobody in their right mind disagrees with. But it seems to be the thing that is rolled out consistently in the e-safety world. We're here to protect children. We're here to, and in fact, that's how that office started, as the office of the e-safety commissioner, looking at that particular fact. So, and then when it comes to other aspects, it's always dressed up as these sort of buzzwords that people don't really understand. Misinformation and disinformation are two classic examples of that. but what do they actually mean? And, you know, I mean, I totally agree. Why do we then find ourselves the answer to the problems being, well, more censorship? I don't think there's a true understanding out there of the problem, and I think it's too easy to get wrapped up in that continual safety valve for freedom issues, which is it's for your safety and for your convenience. So, look, I think we've got to find a way to better educate as part of the process to make sure that our people in Parliament, on both sides, on all sides of Parliament, understand this. Because let's remember, when it comes to freedom of speech, this is not just a left and right issue. Ultimately, I mean, this can turn on a blink of an eye, in the blink of an eye, on a dime, from one side of politics to another, with different ownership, as arguably Twitter has shown. I think. I mean, I think that's the point. If there's not some fairness and kind of even playing field to this, then it's bad for everyone. Doesn't matter which side of politics you're coming from.
Yeah, don't they hate what's happening on Twitter? But I'm loving it, and I'm loving your tweets as well, or your posts on X as well, Senator Antic. So, and I'm loving everything that you're doing. Congratulations to you and your wife on the new addition to the family. We hope to see you fighting back in Canberra soon. And thank you very much for being part of the Defending Democracy Telethon.
Thanks, guys. I'm looking forward to getting back to Canberra so I can get some sleep. That's the most important thing.
Thanks, Alex, and thank you to your lovely wife for giving you permission to be with us tonight.
Thanks.
You're a champion.
Can I jump in, Dave, and just update? We're nearly up to $60,000
Brilliant.
that has been donated. Jump onto the website defendingdemocracy.au, click the big button. You'll go through to Give, Send, Go, and you can make a donation there, and you can get it up over $60,000. So we're just shy a few hundred of 60,000 at the moment.
Brilliant, brilliant. And who have we got next? Mr. Christensen?
That's a very good question. We do have a man who is a godsend as far as I'm concerned. He was one of the shining voices during the Indigenous voice debate. He certainly ensured that that proposal did not come to light, which would have radically changed the face of this nation, would have radically altered our democracy for the worse. And he knew it. He wasn't afraid to say it. He wasn't afraid to take all the brickbats that come along with it. But I got to thank you, Warren Mundine, for all of your efforts there during that debate, and for your continuing voice, in the public sphere, talking about issues like free speech, as we're talking about tonight. So thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for your kind words. You know, it was very easy for me to stand up there with Senator Jacinta Price and Senator Karen Little and fight for our constitution and fight for a liberal democracy where we enjoy equality of all people in this country, and we enjoy and we want to keep up the fight in regard to freedom of speech, because it's the foundation of any liberal and a free society.
Now, Warren, I got to ask you a question, because it just popped into my head. People often forget it. You came from the Labor tradition. You were a Labor man through and through, and I bet my bottom dollar that your values, your beliefs actually haven't changed at all as you've gone along in your political life and in your political beliefs. What's happened to the Labor Party, where they've embraced this almost authoritarian approach, where things have just got to be silenced and censored that they don't agree with? This is why we see all these anti-discrimination laws, these anti-free speech laws and hate speech laws and all the rest of it. It really, they can dress it up however they want, but to me it just seems like an attempt to silence any form of dissent that's against the narrative.
Well, you're 100% right. You know, my values haven't really changed. I've always believed in a free society, a democratic, liberal democracy. where people have the freedom of speech, they have the freedom of liberties, they have, a free market, small government, and people get out of our personal lives, keep out of our faith. We built an amazing country here where we have people from all over the world who have come to this country, because they recognise something that some of us people who have been born here and been here for many generations have sort of lost sight of, and that is that we do offer this shining light. This is why millions of people are trying to come to this country, because they get opportunities for their families and for themselves and for the generations after that, of enjoying the freedoms and everything that we have in this country. And we've got to keep fighting them, because we are slowly getting them watered down and moved away. I used the Ronald Reagan line, when he was in the Democrats and then he moved to the Republicans. And people said to him, well, why did you leave the Democrats? He said, I didn't leave the Democrats. The Democrats left me. And that's exactly what's happened within the Labor Party. Senator Antic was right. These are not left or right issues. These are human issues. These are about our basic God-given freedoms that we should be enjoying, and that we should be able to be expressing our views and having mature, sensible debates about these things, rather than censoring people and driving them underground in that. I'm a strong supporter of our Constitution. I'm a very strong supporter of the institutions that we have here, because we're human beings. We're not perfect. We don't make it. We do make mistakes, but we've got the institutions that can correct those mistakes and move forward in that. I'm just flabbergasted what's happened to you, David. I just cannot believe it. But I do believe it, because this is the way we're heading, about trying to silence people from having their say.
Yeah, thanks for that, Warren. And this obviously is an issue around Dave not doing a acknowledgement of country, beginning to his church and state ministry event that he held on the Gold Coast recently. The explanation of it that he gave to an individual in the audience who asked was that he didn't agree with it, because he believed that there was links with ancestor worship, with animism and a few other things. And he didn't want to mix what essentially was Aboriginal spirituality with what was a Christian event. Now, to me, that's not a racist thing whatsoever, right? That's a belief, whether you agree with it, whether you disagree with it. That's a belief. It was his event. He didn't, say anything that was denigrating of people on the basis of their race. How do you, and I'm almost hesitant to do it, but how do you, as an Aboriginal man, interpret that? Do you interpret what Dave did in any sort of racist fashion, or what?
Look, I know Dave personally in that, but even if I didn't know him, if I just looked at the substance of what was said and what happened, there was nothing racist about it. If you really truly believe in freedom of religion and freedom of faith, you truly, which is a liberal democracy does. If you truly believe in the freedom of speech, then he's got the right to express his views. To have some sort of governmental process put in place that police what you say and what you think is heading down a very bad and rocky road. You're heading down to a Stalinist state, quite frankly. He should be able to say what he believes. He should be able to say what his beliefs are. And I didn't see nothing wrong with what he said. And I'm saying this as an Aboriginal man. I'm saying this as a man. I don't mind sometimes having welcome to country, like you have overseas visitors coming for a big conference, and that's fine. But what we're doing now is it's being shoved down our throats. You get on an aeroplane and it lands somewhere, it tells you welcome to country. if you go to, I go to conferences to learn about, information and ideas and stuff. And but the first half day of the conference, all we're doing is welcome to countries. Let's get on. Let's get on with the conference and move forward. Now, he expressed his views, and I have no problem with him doing that, and I support him in this government agency that's going after him.
Yeah, look, I kind of agree with you there, Warren, with what you're saying there. There's massive corporates like Qantas and Virgin, throwing this in our faces all the time. When these corporations started trying to tout their green credentials, but were really, doing dodgy things behind the scenes, they called it greenwashing. And given that nearly all the faces that I see on planes, flying the planes, stewarding the planes are white faces, I wonder myself whether what they're doing is a form of blackwashing. It's very, very wrong. And actually, if I was an Aboriginal person, I'd be a bit aggrieved by the tokenism that's inherent with what some of these corporates do with this sort of stuff. But Dave's given me the wrap up, actually. I want to let you say a final bit before we go, though.
Well, look, I say to people out there, look, great, we've got to donate money, we've got to stand up and fight, but not only our freedoms, but what we're fighting for is the freedoms of all Australians. We're fighting for the freedoms for all Australians to be able to have a discussion and be able to put your points of view forward and debate. And you cannot have academic freedom. You cannot have free speech if you're not prepared to sit down and listen to someone else's viewpoints and be able to then, if you disagree, you be able to put your viewpoint back to them and have that mature, sensible conversation. We do not need governments to be able to be policing us in everything we say every day. In the beginning, we looked at censorship and stuff like that. Of course, we looked at particular things, like pedophilia and other things like that. But now, in the last 20 years, we've gone down this really bad thing about things like we've got a safety commissioner. That's something out of George Orwell's at 1984. You've got these misinformation, disinformation. Who's to say what is disinformation and what is misinformation? I was involved in the Yes in the No campaign against the Yes voice to Parliament, and there was not one thing that we said that was not what was misinformation or disinformation. In fact, we even put up the words of the Yes campaigners and said this is what they're saying, and then the general public could make up their own mind whether to accept what they were saying was good or bad. And guess what? Over 60% of Australians rejected what they were saying, and that's what democracy and freedom is about.
Although the Yes people think we're all still dinosaurs and D-heads for making that decision, but we were right. We were right, and
we can say we're winners, and we were right. You're on the side of right, and because you can't. As soon as you've got race in the constitution, a lot of migrants I spoke to who come to Australia from countries where they do have race in the constitution, and they're second-class citizens. And they knew what it was like to be treated as a second-class citizen. I was never going to let that happen to my fellow Australians, whether they were migrants who come here or refugees, or they've been here for 200 years, or they've been here for 20 or 30,000 years. We are all equal before the law. We are all equal under our constitution, and that's how we should be treated.
Indeed, we should. Thank you very much for all of your efforts and your continuing efforts, Warren Mundine. Hopefully we get to see that great man in our parliament. I shouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, but I wish it on you for your voice to be elevated. I wish it for your ideas to be, subsumed into the policy process, because you got some great ideas.
Okay,
David,
thank you very much.
We have now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Warren.
David, we've now surpassed the $75,000 figure, so well done. Thank you to all of those who are chipping in. Go to defendingdemocracy.au. The current amount raised on the Give, Said and Go is 75,117.
Good. Going up faster than we can keep up with it. Keep it up, guys. There's only 938,000 left to go.
Well, we're up to 76,167, so the clock down is ticking as we go. Very good. Now, who's up next in our lineup of guests?
Well, let me tell you, immediately coming up in like 30 seconds, we've got Daisy Cousens. And coming up in the 8 o'clock hour on the East Coast and 6 o'clock hour on the West Coast. Welcome to the West Australians. This is much more important than the national news. Andrew Cooper, Gabriel Moens, Lyle Shelton, and Bernard Gaynor. And somewhere before 9 o'clock, we will actually change partners in crime, and Damian Coory will take over for me. So we'll actually hear from you as well before we say goodbye and change the hot seat. But Daisy Cousens is someone who has been championing free speech and sensible conversations in YouTube for a long time. Well known to many people on many platforms. A YouTube celebrity in her own right, as well as Sky Television, and now finding a home on ADH TV, who's been a great friend to myself and the Church and State Ministry, and carrying lots of the content that we produce there. So Daisy Cousens, welcome to Defending Democracy Telethon. Daisy, tell me, what's your experience been with shadow banning as it relates to free speech?
Well, first of all, hello, gentlemen. Thank you so much for having me on tonight. I couldn't help but sit here, admire the fact you've both got such luscious beards going on. Dave, I don't think I've seen you with one of those before. I'm sitting here watching it. Oh my goodness, it's quite magnificent. So congratulations.
Daisy, we are making patriarchs great again.
The beard maketh the men. Well, Daisy, I was actually hoping to introduce you because I wanted to say that to some she's got unfashionable views, but she is probably the commentator with the best fashion sense that we can see. So well done to you, and keeping up the what style of dress is that you wear? Is it I don't know.
I would call it vintage inspired. I tend to enjoy anything from sort of the 20s to the 70s. There's a wonderful Australian shop and brand that I buy them from called Kitten de Moore. Actually, it originated in Queensland. You'll both be happy to know, but they're a great brand and they're lovely. But I do it not just because I like to dress like this, but also the feminists hate it. They absolutely hate it. I remember when I first came on the scene, or it was like, well, why is he cosplaying as a vampire princess? And I'm like, I don't know. The last I checked, I thought vampire princesses were attractive, so thank you. But yes, it is as much a statement.
Well, the 70s was an era where we could say what we liked as well. So
well, yes, exactly. Exactly. No, but I think it's a statement that sidestepping a little bit, but feminism seems to denote, from my observation, that you can't be feminine and also smart and powerful, and I fully disagree with that. So I dress in a very feminine way while also being powerful and, if I do say myself, very, very smart. Yes, thank you very much for your kind words, George.
How do you see this whole thing? You know about the details of this free speech attack on Dave Pellowe, Christian pastor doing a Christian ministry event, decided not to do a welcome or acknowledgement of country, was questioned by an audience member at this Christian event as to why he didn't say it, gave his reasons, and the next thing he's going to be hauled up to the Queensland Human Rights Commission to answer for his thought crimes. Did anyone ever foresee this in Australia, 10, 20 years ago, Daisy? Did you think that we'd get to this point?
Look, no, I didn't. I thought the silliness would sort of end around sort of 2018, but then it just sort of got worse and worse. I mean, this complaint against you, David, is it's like beyond ridiculous. It's up on the top end of stupid. And so I really commend you for turning what is a sow's ear into a silk purse and turning it into something to raise money for such an important cause. And thank heavens. Thank you, God, I have not been at the mercy of any of the human rights commissions. Hopefully, I never will. But I have, as you mentioned earlier, if you want to talk about free speech, been, I believe, the victim of shadow banning on YouTube, which is, of course, owned by Google, which is a giant left-wing conglomerate. And we, over the years, you will have heard right-wing YouTubers like myself all the time complaining about how their videos either get demonetized or they get nonsensically, inexplicably suppressed in the algorithm. There was an official change YouTube made a few years ago that meant that independent commentators got pushed down in the search results to make room for quote unquote I believe it was authoritative news sources was the wording they used, but by which they were referring to outlets like CNN. I mean, I don't know who would call CNN, etc., an authoritative news source, but apparently YouTube. So it's been very, very hard over the past few years to be a right-wing YouTuber. What were you saying?
I was going to say, I think on the Colbert report the other week, Stephen Colbert actually said something about CNN being unbiased, and his audience laughed out loud, even though he wasn't trying to be funny. So even the lefties know that that's rubbish, and it's not just CNN that goes for a lot of the fake news legacy media. They are completely and utterly biased, and they know it. We know it, and it's no longer a joke anymore.
Oh no, it's no longer a joke. So you can imagine, as a conservative YouTuber, an independent at the time, now I'm with 88, of course, but trying, the amount of research you have to do to back up your claims, being deranked for the likes of CNN was just frustrating for all of us. But what happened to me was something that would be amusing if it wasn't so irritating. We all know who Meghan Markle is, unfortunately. I made a video in 2021 discussing Meghan Markle and Prince Harry's Oprah interview. That video did very, very, very well. It got over 500,000 views. It trailed really well. I was watching the views going up. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. But interestingly enough, the very next video I uploaded, I remember it was a video about Ted Cruz. It should have really popped because, Ted Cruz back then was a big topic. People like hearing about him. And it just inexplicably got like a fraction of the views that it normally would. And I thought, what's going on here? And the same thing happened with the next video and the next video and the next video. And I thought, well, this isn't just a chance. This is a trend. Like this is a very, very clear and inexplicable differentiation. Yeah. From the norm. And YouTube claims that we don't shadow ban. Well, I'm afraid they do, because all of the platforms shadow ban, except maybe X now with Elon at the helm. So this continued, what I'm certain was a shadow ban, but I couldn't figure out why for the next couple of years. And I remember at one point thinking to myself, okay, this happened straight after the very successful Meghan Markle video. I thought, could Meghan Markle have something, like, could she? I thought, no, surely not. But as the years went on, I thought to myself, no, this actually could be the case. Cue fast forward in time to Meghan and Harry's critically reviewed Netflix documentary that was released last year. When episode 5 was released, gentlemen, my phone started lighting up, and I thought, what's going on? I checked. Lo and behold, who was featured for a few seconds in episode 5 of their Netflix series, but yours truly. A little clip of one, not even that video about Meghan Markle, but one of the videos I made about her, strung together with a couple of other YouTubers, and all mashed into a section talking about the apparently middle-aged American racist housewives who were the ones that were apparently saying mean things about Meghan Markle. And now I object to being called racist, obviously, and also object to being called American. Not that I don't like Americans, but I'm not one. And I was really not thrilled about being referred to as middle-aged. It's not for a few years yet. But it confirmed, I think, my suspicions that probably Meghan would have monitors all over the platforms. We know they're so obsessed with what people are saying about her. I reckon just as we saw with the Twitter files, when it was revealed that government organizations and political parties in America would talk to the head honchos at Twitter about like de-platforming or banning or shadow banning certain accounts. There is no way the other platforms aren't doing it too. I reckon it is perfectly feasible that someone in Meghan Markle's conglomerate basically handed a number of names to Google, which owns YouTube, and said, these accounts, dump them. It would explain the timing perfectly, and it would explain why I was featured in Meghan Markle's little Netflix documentary. And the frustration I have with that is, aside from the obvious that, you make videos, you want people to see them, you want them to get traction, it's not fair when they're suppressed, is that you've got literal, like this most stereotypical leftist global elites, which is Meghan and Harry, colluding with big tech conglomerates that none of us have any power to influence in any way because we're so much smaller than they are, to control what information and opinions the general public does and doesn't see. And that is a real kind of neo-feudalism where you have these very wealthy, very powerful people who own everything, giving and taking from the little people with no kind of democratic vote behind them. So that was my experience of shadow banning and the curtailing of my free speech. And like I said, it's amusing to think about, but at the same time, like, I'm not the only one that happens to. And it is not only, it's not only unfair for me, but there are a lot of people who have indicated to me in comments and otherwise that they really like watching my videos. So if it's harder for them to find it, then really nobody wins except for Meghan Markle.
It's absolutely insane that the big tech platforms, which are the town square of today where debate happens, for a start, that they don't have the character and morality to actually curate a level playing field, that they're actually trying to tilt it in favour of one side. Daisy, in just 30 seconds, do you think there's a way government should try to establish some kind of regulation to level the playing field for the purpose of protecting the quality of our democracy?
It's a difficult question, isn't it? Because as a small government person, my every fibre of my being screams, no! But then at the same time, that sort of small government philosophy was curated, the world has changed an awful lot. And nobody anticipated even 40 years ago that you'd have these giant big tech platforms controlling everyone's speech. I mean, is it time for a brave new set of digital rules for the brave new digital world? You know what? I don't have a concrete solution to it because it is so complicated and such a balancing act. I reckon we just go back to the old adage of breaking up big tech. Break up big tech, break up Google, break up YouTube, have force them to have a bit more competition, and then I think probably we'd certainly get somewhere.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Daisy. And we will say goodbye to you now. But as we say goodbye to Daisy, George, your answer to that question.
Well, the simple solution, I reckon, Daisy, is that if you're going to be a publisher, you're a publisher. If you're going to be a platform, you're a platform. But if you're a publisher and you're moderating content, you're editing, therefore you're liable for defamation.
Yeah.
So, you want to moderate,
yep.
Get ready for the defamation suits.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. Well, I want to just invite everybody to be aware of the organisation and the events which have landed me in front of the Queensland Human Rights Commission, unjustly and unfairly, but to be expected if Jesus was an accurate prophet as well as the Son of God. And he was. He said, you'll be persecuted for my name's sake. And if that's what they do to me, hate me, then don't expect any less for yourself. The events where you will see the gospel confronting culture and not conforming to culture will be the church and state events. We do conferences all around Australia. And in March of each year, we hold an annual Australian Summit in Brisbane. But coming up just next weekend, not this weekend, but next weekend, less than 2 weeks away, we're going to be for the first time in Canberra. which I'm not sure if there are any Conservatives there at all. But there's a lot of public servants and bureaucrats. But I tease you, Canberrans, why don't you come out in force to the Church and State Conference? We're making headlines for all the right reasons, and we'd love to see you there. There's going to be a bunch of people who are on the conference, on the call tonight, are going to be at that conference next weekend. Head to churchandstate.com.au to see all of the events where we're going to be coming up soon. We've got Canberra, 30th and 31st of August. We've got Brisbane, a one-night political rally with no politicians on the 13th of September. And then middle of October, we'll be in Adelaide. But that's enough for now. One of the speakers that you will get to see in Canberra is John Steenhof. He's a fantastic speaker when he's given 25 minutes. But the challenge for you, John, right now in 2 or 3 minutes is bring us up to speed with just 1 or 2 examples of people who don't have profile and connections, who have fallen afoul of lawfare because they have decided to live their conscience out and have been the victims or targets of lawfare.
Dave, good to be back. I want to tell you about some of our really good cases, especially building on what some of the other speakers have said. Now, first, talk about censorship and deplatforming and the e-safety commissioner. We're actually acting for a Canadian activist called Billboard Chris. I don't know if you've heard of him. He walks around the streets of Vancouver. He wears a billboard that says children cannot consent to puberty blockers. He also has a massive X profile. I don't like to call it Twitter. I don't want to dead name them. And he has hundreds of thousands of followers there. He made a tweet about an Australian LGBT activist called Teddy Cook, who is a trans-identifying female who was appointed to a WHO expert panel on trans issues. This was taken down by Australia's own e-safety commissioner. She issued a takedown notice on that and said that this was the cyber abuse of an adult under that act. Now, here's an online safety act passed by a Conservative government that's supposed to be for the protection of children that has been repurposed and redirected by the bureaucrats to act as a thought police and for censorship. Now, we've talked about the ways that we can push back against these attacks on freedom of speech. And sure, we need to be politically active in getting politicians to wake up to these problems and address them. But the other way that we make law, Dave, is through the courts. So we're acting for Billboard Chris to go against the e-safety commissioner, to contest the takedown of that notice, and to try to set early on laws that strongly protect freedom of speech in the precedents. We want strategic precedents that don't just benefit Billboard Chris, but everyday Australians who are being taken down by the e-safety commissioner. And that leads me to one of my other cases that we're involved in. Also a client whose posts have been taken down by the e-safety commissioner. This is Jasmine Sussex. She used to be a breastfeeding counsellor with the Australian Breastfeeding Association until an activist got her fired for using hateful terms such as mother and breastfeeding, and for saying that trans identifying men cannot breastfeed babies. She said men cannot breastfeed babies. This led to her losing her position with the Australian Breastfeeding Association. Not only that, she is now being taken through the Queensland Human Rights Commission for alleged vilification, in other words, hate speech, exactly the same offence that you are being alleged against you as well. So this is a woman who said trans-identifying men cannot breastfeed children. She knows the biology, the science, she knows all of these things, and yet she's being dragged through a tribunal for hate speech. She's an everyday Australian. She doesn't need this. She's not able to fund her defence, so we've taken on her case absolutely pro bono, and we're committed to getting her the best assistance from barristers, the best assistance from expert witnesses, so that we can push back at these activists who are trying to silence Australians from saying what are perfectly reasonable things, such as men cannot breastfeed. So there's 2 cases quickly. Got plenty more for you if you need them, Dave.
We do need plenty more. We need to tell people over and over again all the kind of excellent work HRLA is doing as a shield for innocent people who are being targeted by the sword of government, wielded by cynical and sometimes sad activists. I feel a great deal of compassion for the gentleman who's made the complaint against me, because I don't think there's anything about him that would suggest this is likely a choice that he's made. I think society and culture and the lawfare industry in itself is grooming people to have a chip on their shoulder. And so anybody really can be the target of this. And so because it can be anybody at any time, I want to congratulate everybody for giving so far. We are now approaching $100,000. My goal in faith is that we could reach $1 million tonight. John doesn't believe it's possible. He's doubting. And I don't care if we fail halfway there, but I would like to get as close to it as possible, because John and his team do fantastic work. They're not just defending innocent people and becoming a shield against the sword of government. Like he said, they're actually helping establish precedents which are useful for the ongoing battles that will be faced in the future. We're just about to go to an excellent MLC in New South Wales, John Ruddick. But John Steenhof, thank you very much. And look up another couple of cases that you can tell us at the top of the next hour.
Thank you, Dave. See you soon.
See you soon, John.
David, we're almost a tenth of the way there. We've cracked $92,000. So,
92.
Dig deep, people. Defenddemocracy.au, and we can get that up to 100,000 by the time that John Ruddick's finished. Being the brilliant orator that he is, I'm sure that he'll have people digging deep and donating for this cause. And the cause is free speech. That's what the cause is. That's what we are raising money for tonight, is to ensure that people who fall afoul of governments or the e-safety commissioner or the university or employer, simply because they're speaking up for what they believe in, that they are defended, and they will be defended by the Australian Human Rights Law Alliance. These guys do a brilliant job, as John and yourself, Dave, have outlined. It's often unsung. I think people know, Australians really don't know how much is going on in the space of people being attacked for what they actually say. But the Australian Human Rights Law Alliance is on the cutting edge. They're at the coalface. They're actually doing the work, defending these people and getting them off, trumped up charges, and getting them out of kangaroo courts like this Queensland Human Rights Commission that you are going to be put through. So well done to them, but dig deep, people. We need to get to 100,000 very quickly.
Okay, John, you're going to have to actually enter the studio, come a little bit further down. John Ruddick's just lost the front door. He's a bit like a lead singer at the moment, doesn't know where to come in.
But John's great. He is a new New South Wales, relatively new. He's been there for a while now. New South Wales Upper House MP. He comes from the Libertarian Party. They used to be called the Liberal Democrats until the major parties decided that another clampdown on free speech. The major parties decided that no other political party could have a name that was even remotely similar to them. So the Liberal Democrats had to drop the name Liberal, and they become the Libertarian Party. But it also affected, on the opposite side, the very pro-life and conservative Democratic Labor Party, who have had to drop their name as well. So anyway, he's been doing good things in the New South Wales Parliament since he got in. Actually, he's someone who's been at the forefront of the libertarian movement, not just in New South Wales, not just in Australia, but globally, because he got an invitation to attend Milei's inauguration as the new president of Argentina. And I don't know there's too many Australians that actually got that invite, and he was over there to watch the swearing in of probably the world's most libertarian leader at the moment, who certainly is someone who's passionate about free speech. So have a look at John. He's doing a lot of good things. Have we got to John, or is he stuck in cyberspace at the moment?
We will try and solve his problem, but George, why don't you share your speech with us?
Okay, well, look, I wanted to say a few words about Dave's situation because it's a situation that is dire for everyone. Right now, we stand at a crossroads in our nation's history. It's a moment that will define whether we bow to the forces that seek to silence us or whether we rise and fight back. Tonight, we're gathering not just to defend one man, but to defend the very essence of our freedom to speak, our freedom to believe, and our freedom to live without being shackled by the state's oppressive demands. Now, my mate here, Dave Pellowe, is not just a lay preacher, he's a beacon for those who refuse to bow to the woke orthodoxy that's sweeping across this nation. His crime? Opening his Christian ministry event with the timeless truth of Scripture. The earth is the Lord's and everything in it. For daring to proclaim that truth instead of submitting to this near state-mandated ritual, Dave now finds himself dragged before the Queensland Human Rights Commission. Now think about that. A Christian preacher at a Christian event standing on Christian ground, and yet this man is being treated like a criminal. Let's be crystal clear. This is not just an attack on one lone preacher. This is an attack on every Australian who dares to stand up for what's right. They want to intimidate us, silence us, and force us into submission with these so-called welcome to country and acknowledgement of country rituals. These ceremonies are not about respect. They are tools of control. They're designed to divide us and guilt us into compliance. But tonight, we say no. We will not play along with this farce anymore. The Queensland Human Rights Commission, weaponised by these grievance activists, I got to say, it's nothing more than a kangaroo court being used to persecute those of us who won't toe the line. They want to grind Dave Pellowe down. They want to smear his name. They want to force him into silence. But they've made a fatal error. They underestimated the resolve of the Australian public, who refuse to surrender their rights. We will not back down. We will stand firm, shoulder to shoulder with Dave Pellowe, and we will fight this tyranny. As I said, this isn't just about Dave, it's about all of us. It's about whether we will allow our legal system to be hijacked by those who hate freedom, by those who despise faith, and those who want to tear down everything that we hold dear. If they can do this to him, they can do it to any one of us. This is about defending our right to speak the truth, even when it's unpopular, even when it offends those who prefer lies over reality. And tonight, this telethon is more than just a fundraiser, even though it's raising a lot of funds. It's a rallying cry for every Australian who still believes in freedom. Now, the Australian Human Rights Law Alliance that I spoke about before, they're on the front lines of this fight. They're defending Dave and they're defending so many others who have become targets of this outrageous kind of persecution. And every dollar we raise is a blow against censorship. It's a stand for truth and a declaration that we will never bow to those who want to control our minds and silence our voices. They think that they can bury us in red tape, drag us through endless legal battles, and wear us down with bureaucratic nonsense. But we're not backing down. We will push back with everything that we have, because this isn't just about Dave Pellowe's right to preach. It's about the future of freedom in Australia. Let's make no mistake. If we let them win here, if we allow them to take down Dave, the floodgates will open. They'll come after more Christians. They'll come after more conservatives, more truth tellers, until all that's left is silence and conformity. But let's refuse to let that happen. We've got to draw a line in the sand and say enough. We're not going to be scared into silence. We're not going to let these petty tyrants dictate what we can believe, what we can say, or how we live our lives. I believe the spirit of freedom still burns bright in this country, but we've got to be ready to fight for it with everything that we've got. So as this telethon continues tonight, dig deep. Give what you can, because every dollar is a shield against their attacks. It's a stand for faith, for freedom, and for everything that makes this country great. The Human Rights Law Alliance is fighting the good fight, but they need our help to keep going. Let's make sure that they've got everything they need to take this battle to the finish line and to win. This is our stand, ladies and gentlemen, our moment in history. Let's show them that Aussies passionate about freedom will not be intimidated, that we will not surrender, and will always stand for what's right no matter the cost. God bless you for your support. God bless Dave Pellowe for his courage. And God bless Australia.
It causes the same stress, the process itself. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining this important event tonight. And thank you from the bottom of my heart, Dave Pellowe, for standing up. You know, your natural response to receiving a complaint in the Human Rights Commission was to organise this event to stand for freedom of speech. Think about that, guys. Because most people, when they're dragged through a court, that is essentially a court. You've got to get a lawyer to represent you. It causes the same stress. The process itself is the punishment, no matter how the court finds it, whether it gets thrown out or not. And as somebody that's had a lot of experience being through all sorts of courts, I know it's no easy thing to have to go through. But for somebody's natural response to organise this, it shows the character of the person. And we need more Dave Pellows in our society to ensure that our freedom of speech is protected. And of course, thank you to the Human Rights Law Alliance for all the great work that they do, including for standing up and defending Dave on his issue. Now, when Dave asked me to speak tonight, he firstly told me I only have 5 minutes, so you guys are safe. And Dave's not in the studio with me, so he's just going to press exit. He's going to stop me as soon as that 5 minutes is up because he doesn't have to face me. Censorship is real here in tonight's event. But no, for real, he asked me to speak about my personal experiences with censorship and free speech in Australia, or lack thereof, or the attack of free speech in Australia. And again, I thought I only have 5 minutes. And my experiences have been long. I've been dragged through the court several times over my reporting. So I thought I would start with what's actually happening to me as we're sitting here and talking, because right now I am being dragged through the courts once again due to a report. This report happened to be about an Israeli airstrike in Lebanon that killed an Australian terrorist. Now, after my report, I was served with legal notices from an Australian who shares the same name as the terrorist. No, you heard that right. I'm being sued by a man in Australia who shares the same name as a terrorist the Israeli army neutralized. Now, what you've got to understand, that is an abuse of the legal system, in my opinion. Once again, lawfare. Because I don't believe for a second that this man really thinks that I defamed him. How do I defame someone? Like, how do I defame you by saying you've been killed? You're obviously, when people see you, they know that we're not talking about you because you're alive. But it clearly, to me, is just a way to use the courts to silence my reporting, to scare me out of telling the truth about the current conflict in the Middle East. And it's happened to me a few times, whether it's defamation or even criminal cases that I've had to fight to keep doing what I do. And if, like many people, I'd quit the first time I was sued or charged criminally, I wouldn't be here today. And I think we need more people to rise up. I'm not going to cower to this one, just like I didn't cower when I was threatened with defamation from a notorious criminal lawyer because they didn't like the reports I was publishing about her criminal husband. And I think it's also important to remember that it's not only defamation or the Human Rights Commission, but even the criminal courts are used and abused by the state to silence people. COVID was the great example of that. Look at how many people were dragged through the criminal courts, whether it's the magistrate, the county, the Supreme, the High Courts, because they had the wrong opinions. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's important now to draw a line in the sand and get behind those like the Human Rights Law Alliance who are going to stand up for our future and stand up for individuals who are willing to take the risk and say what they think and stand by what they think. Again, Dave, thank you so much for having me quickly before you cut me off. And again, thank you to everyone for joining tonight. I'm so honoured to have been a part of it.
Can we cut him real quick? Oh, it's good. Thank you, Avi. That was very, very good, but time was up. People who stick their head above the parapet, I don't know how I've gotten away for so long. Maybe I'm far too mild, but let me introduce a hero of conservatism in Australia, somebody who just doesn't mind taking a beating over and over again. Or maybe nobody likes it, but he keeps coming back for more, and he's the current leading the Family First Party in Australia. And he has just been he's the face of Australia's political, religiously motivated terror attack most recently. Like I'm saying, he just keeps getting punishment after punishment. Lyle, Shelton, welcome to Defending Democracy Telethon. There's so many ways you keep taking blows on behalf of Australians, fighting for justice and righteousness and equality of democracy that we want to leave to our kids. Tell us about your experience being dragged through the Queensland Human Rights Commission.
Yeah, well, firstly, thanks very much, Dave and George. It's great to be with you, and really appreciate what you're doing. This initiative tonight, I think, is fantastic. It's very close to my heart, as it is now to yours, Dave, with your experience with the Queensland Human Rights Commission. But look, many of your viewers will know that 4 years ago, when I was living in Queensland, I wrote a blog about drag queen story time that occurred at a Brisbane City Council library. Two drag queens, Johnny Valkyrie and Dwayne Hill, were reading to little children. There was a protest there by some very brave young conservatives. And I thought they did it respectfully and well, because they were simply making the point that drag queens are not for kids. This all blew up on social media. I did some investigation, had a look at their Facebook pages, and found that Johnny Valkyrie's Facebook page contained a picture of a whole bunch of topless young women who'd had their breasts cut off. And Johnny Valkyrie, who is a woman presenting as a man, was fundraising to have her breasts removed, which she has now done, and that's incredibly sad. Dwayne Hill, on his Facebook page, he had an image of a fake penis, and he also had an image or photograph of his award from the X industry, or an X award, which is Australia's pornography industry. And I thought to myself, why are these two individuals reading to little children at a Brisbane City Council ratepayer funded library? And so I wrote a blog about this, and I concluded in my blog that Johnny Valkyrie and Dwayne Hill were dangerous role models for children, because this whole drag queen story time is all about indoctrinating little children into LGBTIQA+, gender fluid ideology and sexualized concepts, which are obviously inappropriate for little children. 3 months later, I received a letter from the Queensland Human Rights Commission compelling me to go to mediation. I didn't want to, but the law said that under the Anti-discrimination Act that I had to. So being a good citizen, I went. They wanted me to remove my blog posts and to issue a public apology. I said I wasn't prepared to do that. I was respectful, but I just felt that I should have the right to freedom of speech. Well, of course, they didn't end the matter there. It escalated to the Queensland Civil and Administrative Tribunal, which, Dave, you might look forward to going there next if your mediation in the Human Rights Commission isn't successful. But that ended up in a 3-day trial in November 2022, where I was cross-examined by a senior counsel, Greg Barnes, one of Australia's most prominent left-wing lawyers. And I was cross-examined for 3 hours there. It was a 3-day trial. The case has cost in excess of $300,000. I'm incredibly grateful to John Steenhof, who was on a moment ago, and the Human Rights Law Alliance. His team have provided me with top-flight legal representation. I'm incredibly grateful to Tony Morris, QC, who represented me pro bono in the tribunal. We won the case. That was the good news. But the drag queens appealed, and that was about a year ago. And for the last year, they have stretched out every deadline. They've missed every deadline. They've been slow, failed to respond, to file their papers. They keep getting extensions from the tribunal, and it just drags on. They were due to file more documents on the 23rd of August. They've failed again to do that, and they've asked for further extensions. I'm in a place of indefinite litigation where I can see no end in sight. And I'm bothered by that. I'm deeply thankful for the people who have supported my legal defence, and deeply thankful to the donors of the Human Rights Law Alliance, who have also covered about a third of my legal costs. And so this is very close to my heart. We need to see HRLA well resourced. The last thing I'd like to say is that I'm deeply grieved that our politicians are not fighting for freedom of speech in this country. They know about cases like mine. They know about Coory Smith. They now know, everyone now knows about Dave Pellowe's case. There's many of us who are going through this. And if we're a country that claims to be the country of the Anzacs and that proud tradition of men who went off and fought for freedom for our country, well, I don't think those who occupy places in our parliament are worthy of their legacy, because no one is fighting to amend these deeply flawed, egregious anti-discrimination laws, which cause people like us to be dragged for no good reason through indefinite legal action that's very costly and at times very stressful. So this has got to change. We need some politicians with will and courage. I know there's been a few on this this live stream tonight, and I salute them and I'm grateful to them. But the parties themselves, the Liberal Party and the Labor Party, are completely missing in action, and this has got to be a priority. So thank you for the opportunity to share my story, and thank you for your support tonight, and thank you to everyone who's watching, who's getting behind Dave, and all of us who have got a story like this. This shouldn't be where we are in Australia, but we are, and we've got to get behind the HRLA. It's great to see the donations tick over $100,000 just now while we've been speaking. So thank you.
Indeed. Thank you, Lyle, and thank you for standing up, and thank you for, I tell you, one of the worst things is when people stand up for righteousness, truth, justice, and then they back down and apologise and run when the battle gets hot. You're certainly not a guy who's doing that, and that's a very important lesson for everyone. You're an inspiration to me, and one of the people I called to say, hey, you've walked this journey, tell me what to expect, what should I do? And yeah, thank you very much for your friendship and guidance on that.
Well, as likewise.
Thank you, Lyle. As Lyle said, we've now reached well over $100,000, and we're a tenth of the way. We should raise $1 million. Let's see how many hundreds of thousands of dollars we can do just tonight. And guys, keep sharing this and praying for more people to watch, more people to give. I'll cut all of these up into individual little segments and clips and publish them as soon as time permits. I am trying frantically to get a conference happening in Canberra at the end of next week. We're literally just a week and a half away from that now. If you are in the area, I would love to see you there. Go for more information to churchandstate.com.au/Canberra. And I would love to see you there. We've got a free Friday night meeting. There's not even any cost. If you want to come along and ask a tough question, please be civil and sincere. And I'd love to have a chat to you about it. But we're going to be preaching the gospel. And the whole program that night is especially designed for 15 to 25-year-olds. We're going to have a Q&A panel there as well with Michelle Pearse, who's been on tonight. And what we are looking forward to doing then is meeting all Saturday afternoon and evening with some amazing speakers from New South Wales, Queensland, ACT, and New Zealand. It's going to be a high caliber conference, and they always are. And there will not be an acknowledgement of country. Right now, the current total is $104,813. And please dig deep as we now hear from the Libertarian MLC.
You're underselling yourself. It's 106,053 right
106?
now.
Oh, man, it's going up faster than I can refresh. John Ruddick, welcome to Defending Democracy Telethon. You are a Libertarian MLC in New South Wales, the upper house of the New South Wales Parliament. John, how do we best defend freedom of speech in states and the nation?
Well, look, firstly, Dave and George, thank you very much for having me, and congratulations on a terrific initiative. Hopefully it's the beginning of many. And I apologise to you and the other guests and the viewers for the delay. But anyway, let's get into it because we've got some important things to say. Now, Australia is clearly, the whole English-speaking world is where it's happening. It's not so much happening in Europe and Asia. It's happening in the English-speaking world for some strange reason. Now, I believe, Dave, that this opportunity that you've got, which probably is causing you and your wife to not get to sleep at night, probably worrying about it. I know you're a man of faith, and that will be comfort, but this is a magnificent opportunity, and I'll explain why. A year ago, I gave my maiden speech in Parliament, and after about I put it up on YouTube. After about 24 hours, about 200 people have watched it. Who was that? Probably my mum, probably my next door neighbours, okay, my staff, whatever, a few party members. And then after 24 hours, I get an email from YouTube. Your speech is banned. I said, why? And they said, medical misinformation, because I mentioned ivermectin. I didn't even say it works. I just said it was a scandal that it was banned. Okay, I think it does work, but that's another story. Now then what that did is it just made within, just people that it made it go viral. Now, not a couple of hundred people have watched it, a couple of million people have watched it, okay? And so we can, if we're smart here, convert a negative into a big positive. Now, the good thing about your story is, well, firstly, you're very well presented. You've got a likeable look about you, and it's a simple case. Now, Lyle Shelton, who I consider a very good friend, who I've got to know quite well over the last few years, it is just appalling to hear his story, and it's upsetting. His story's got a little bit of complexity to it. Yours is as simple as anything, okay? And that's why you've already had quite a bit of media and a lot of interest tonight. So I'd be convinced that 70 to 80% of Aborigines don't like what's happening to you. So if we can keep publicising this thing, it could be, and I hope it will be, a historic turning point in this whole free speech debate in Australia, because it's absolutely nonsense. I don't even hear left-wingers say that they love the welcome to country. Now, they all do it, okay, but I don't think they really like it. Now, the other thing that I think is very important to be said is James Allan was on earlier, and he's brilliant, okay? I love his legal analysis. He's a good fighter, but he said we can solve this through politics. Well, he's right in the short term. The only way we can solve it, we've got to change the laws, okay? But longer term, this is where the libertarians are going to differ a little bit from some of the other guests tonight. The key thing here is not this law or that law, it's the overall size of the government, okay? Now, the bigger the government is, the bossier it will be, and the more it will want to try and set the culture through state-sponsored, through laws and through the coercion. Now, when Robert Menzies, or when the Liberals lost office after 23 years in power, and this is when the Liberal Party was good, in 1972, they'd been running Canberra for 23 years and they lose power. And at that time, the federal government, its tax take across the whole country compared to the GDP was 18%. It's now knocking on the door of 30%. That's just the federal government. Throw in state and councils, it's up to 50%, which is absolutely appalling. But the size of the federal government in my lifetime has gone up about 50 to 60%. Now, the government will always be left-wing, okay? It is inherently, it attracts busybodies who want to set the culture. So my point is this, I'm asking for our dear friends in the conservative movement to join the libertarian crusade to make the government a lot smaller. And it just basically does basic things. I would say we need to cut it by about 80%, get the government out of our lives, and then it will not have the power to try and influence our culture. Now, if we have a much smaller government and we have a lot more freedom amongst the people, the culture and the religious values will be spontaneously what spontaneously comes up from the grassroots, from the people, and not from the left-wing state. Now, and when that happens, there will be some communities that voluntarily choose to have values that most of us don't like. But I suspect in most cases, people will gravitate towards the values that we are largely hearing tonight. Now, but we would have a competitive market in cultural values. Now, I am confident what will happen when we have a competitive market and the government just stays out of it. The government really sort of should have the role of being a night watchman. It's sort of not out there to try and boss us around. But if there's a crisis, the government can sort of, a real crisis. And so we would then, if we have a competitive cultural sort of battlefield, without the state being involved, what will happen is conservative social values will win. So that's the only way to change it. People who think we can change this, if we just get better politicians, it'll all be better. It doesn't work, okay? You can get good politicians in, and they might be good for a couple of years, but then they always go bad. So what we have to do is take the power away from the government, reduce it significantly, reduce its taxation powers, and then we will have the restoration of free speech.
We're right.
Now, you didn't hear earlier, John, I gave you some big ups about what you've done throughout your career. I cannot, I consider myself a libertarian, but I always put the prefix in front of it, conservative libertarian. I nearly agree with everything that you've said there. Can I just ask you the question, though, about big tech? You had this conversation with Daisy Cousens before, and I have heard some of my libertarian friends say, well, they're private companies, they can do whatever they like. My answer to it is that yes, but if they want to be publishers and start curating and moderating content, then they also have to accept the fact that they're liable for defamation. That might be a way to smarten them up and make them return to just being pure platforms. How do you think, from a libertarian point of view, that we can deal with big tech censorship, because that almost is as pernicious and bad and ubiquitous as government censorship at the moment?
Well, George, so I actually did sort of half hear your kind comments before, so thank you very much. Now I'm with you on what your point about sort of, is the publisher or as the platform, okay, and they're acting like publishers, so therefore they should be subject to defamation. I'm with you on that now. I have the highest regard for Daisy Cousens, and she's, I've listened to her for 10 years. She's pretty libertarian, and she did say, look, I really struggle with this, but look, they've been so bad, let's do trust busting. Now, I don't agree with it, and let me explain why. Look, Twitter's only been around for 15 years, okay? Facebook, YouTube's been around, for about the same time. These things come and go. What we need to do is to have a competitive market of more and more social media. So we could bring in laws now that comes down, uses the violence of the state to say, YouTube, you can't do this, or Twitter, you have to do that. But then if we put those laws in place now, technology is just going to move along anyway. So what we should stick to our free principles. And now what we have, all the big tech guys were bad not long ago. Then Elon Musk comes along, and he's made good old Twitter X a robustly free speech platform now, and that's why they hate his guts. And it's now the most powerful media site in the world. And they just got kicked out of Brazil, and they're even talking about kicking them out of the whole of Europe. But my point is, look, what we need is competition. Let's not fall for the trap of wanting to use the violence of the state to get our way politically. It doesn't work, and it means that we believe in big government. We believe in big right-wing government. No, let's be focused on the main goal, which is a much smaller government. And I would say there are competitors to Google, there are competitors to YouTube, there are competitors to Facebook. So we should encourage people to use them. And with time, excellence will win in the marketplace.
Yeah, you're right. More and more I age, the more and more libertarian that I actually become, mate. That is right. Get off. I mean, we're on it right now. We can't get off it, but if you spread the love, jump on Gab, Getter, Truth Social. That's open to Aussies now. Donald Trump's social media platform, Telegram. There's a whole host of them there. Gab, I probably said that one already, but jump on the others and give them a bit of a run for their money, because that's how we get it. Competition. I agree.
Well, Elon Musk has really demonstrated, how bad Twitter was and how good it now can be. Because all it is now is it is truly what you were saying before, George. It's just a platform now. This is why they were able to sack all the staff. What were all the staff doing that Elon Musk sacked? What were they all doing before? Censoring us, censoring people like us, right? So he just got rid of all those clowns, and Twitter's performing better than ever, and it's becoming more innovative. They're putting in new things, video streaming, etc. So and now if Elon Musk hadn't have bought Twitter, well then there's these other ones, and we just got to go out and use them and promote them.
Indeed. Thank you very much for being the spearhead of the freedom movement there in New South Wales, John, and more power to you and everything you're trying to achieve at a state level. And he's hoping that libertarianism catches on a bit more around this country. It surely needs it.
Terrific. Thanks so much, and apologies again, gentlemen, for the delay.
That's fine.
No worries, John. Thank you so much for persisting with us. It was probably entirely my fault, but don't complain about me.
Okay, no worries. Thanks, Dave.
God bless you. All right, and joining us now, we have the wonderful Emeritus Professor of Constitutional Law. That's my favorite specialty, but try and find an area of law that he has not taught in and specialized in himself. So welcome to the show, Gabriel Moens. It's a pleasure and a privilege to have you here.
Well, Dave and George, I'm delighted to be here. And I would also like to thank you for including a European peasant in your program.
Well, my pleasure, and thank you. The honor and privilege is all ours.
I'm saying this sarcastically, of course, because from time to time, I think we need a peasant revolt, like in the Netherlands. And obviously, because in the rural areas of Australia, they are building monstrosities, and soon enough, we won't have food enough on the table. So we really need to do something about this, and we need free speech. There is a very important link between democracy and free speech, and democracy requires a robust exchange of ideas which are philosophical in nature, financial in nature, economic in nature, and so on. I would like to make one or two points in the short time that is available to me. There are in Australia simply too many human rights commissions. There are many bureaucratic entities that deal with human rights. There are anti-discrimination tribunals, equal opportunity boards, and so on. And these bodies, they invite complaints from members of the public, and many of these complaints are frivolous and vexatious. And of course, Dave, you are one of the victims of all of this. In Australia, we need politicians who have the courage to abolish these institutions. They need the courage which we expect them to have, and they also need common sense. Because many of these institutions, and there are very many indeed, they are totally intolerant of tolerance. So we need politicians who are able and willing to stand on principle, people who are willing to defend the values upon which Western civilization is based. And one of the important principles which we seek to reintroduce into the Australian political life is the principle of political or citizen equality. Now, this is a very important point about which I would like to say one or two words, because as soon as you start talking about it, you are immediately branded a zealot, a right-wing extremist, a racist, and so on. The left in Australia has reintroduced the race card politics in Australian politics. Nowadays, many of the benefits and burdens are distributed on the basis of a person's race or sex or ethnicity. Now, way back in 1967, when we had the referendum, of course, at that time I was not in Australia, but in 1967, as a consequence of the successful referendum, Australia was going to be a colorblind society where you would be able to make a career simply based on your merit, on your hard work, But nowadays, the left has reintroduced the race politics in Australia. And as I said before, burdens and benefits are distributed on the basis of a person's race. Now, this, in my view, is absolutely unforgettable and unforgivable. And obviously, we need to do something about it. And of course, as I said before, as soon as you criticize this, you are branded a racist and probably a neo-Nazi. Now, the second point I would like to make is that there is a very close link between democracy and free speech, because a democracy will only mature, will only be healthy and remain healthy if there is a free discussion of ideas of all kinds. The absence of free speech, in my view, probably leads to authoritarianism. And if speech is attacked like it is nowadays in Australia, free speech will be forced underground where it will fester and infect. Now, the important thing about free speech that I would like to mention is that free speech is of great importance actually for poor people and disadvantaged people, because in exercising their free speech, they are able to militate against the concentration of power, against the power which is being amassed by the elites in Australia. That is an important point. So in my view, we need almost unrestricted free speech. I'm very much in favor of the classical theory developed by John Stuart Mill. Free speech should only ever be restricted in circumstances where a person restricts the freedom of other people. Otherwise, speech should be unrestricted. Finally, I should like to say this, when I watch television, I often see ministers and public servants who tell us on television and on radio, we are here to help. Well, if they say we are here to help, I try to run away from the television as fast as I possibly can, because they are simply not there to help you. They are there to restrict your free speech. We need free speech, almost unrestricted free speech in this country. And therefore, I very much encourage everyone to donate to this cause and donate generously at defendingdemocracy.au.
Professor Moens, thank you very, very much for that. I like the idea of a peasant revolt, but of course we're just being sarcastic, as you say.
Yes.
A pleasure to have you tonight, Professor, and look forward to hopefully seeing you at the Church and State Summit in Brisbane in March.
I hope to be able to contribute then. Thank you so much, Dave.
Awesome. Thank you. Good night.
Now, Dave, could I jump in and just say that we're almost up to $115,000 raised. That's good. It's getting up there, and
it slowed down a bit, George.
It slowed down a little bit, but I noticed that we're nearly upwards of, we're almost nearing 7,000 viewers. So there's more people that are joining in as this event goes on.
Do you want to know what's really funny?
Yes, go
on. The YouTube video is what's embedded on the website, defendingdemocracy.au. We only have 1,400 people watching on YouTube.
Yes.
But a good friend of mine said, make sure you embed it on X as well. And there are 5,000 people watching via live stream.
There you go, the new free speech social media platform.
And I have 12,000 followers on Facebook. On my Facebook page, I have 12,000 followers. Do you know how many people are watching through my Facebook page right now?
No idea.
15.
Well, that's shadow banning if you ever
15.
heard one. So thank you very much, Elon, for helping us out here and getting all those people looking at this this telethon through X. But as I said, nearly at 115,000, I'm going to say. So keep on donating. Defendingdemocracy.au. Dig deep, because all of these funds go to the Australian Human Rights Law Alliance.
That's correct.
And they are going to be using those funds to help defend people who have fallen afoul of the free speech Nazis that are out there that want to stop what people are saying in public life, at universities, in the workplace, wherever it might be. They're out there defending them and defending their cause, defending our cause. So dig deep and help the Human Rights Law Alliance.
Indeed. A couple of funny comments here. Heiser, a good friend, Florian Heiser, says Facebook should be called Boomer Book, and Jody Rafferty, one of the 15, says, we 15 love you. As long as there's 15 of you. That's very good. Well, it's now time to say goodbye to George Christensen. Thank you so much for being my co-host for the first part of the evening. And that's super appreciated. I appreciated your friendship and support. And look, before we met, I think the first thing I remember admiring about your integrity and character was when you decided to give up the whip position in the National Party, which included a pay cut when you gave that away. And the reason, so that you could exercise your free speech without the discipline of party leadership. So thank you for everything you've been doing, the Babies Born Alive bill, and chairing tonight.
Thank you very much. Would have been here come hell or high water, David, because this is an important fight. As I sort of outlined before, I now work for this organisation, Citizen Go, which is all about defending life, family and freedom.
Yeah.
And this is one of those core freedom issues that it's under attack in our country. You're under attack, but it is under attack in our country, and we need to defend you. I just remind people about that. We actually have now a campaign that we are running alongside this donation. Please go to defendingdemocracy.au, make a donation, but then go to citizengo.org, where you will find a petition there to the Queensland Attorney General, actually calling on her to intervene to dismiss this frivolous case, this vexatious case against Dave Pellowe, but more to the point, to actually do some fundamental changes to these anti-discrimination laws and the anti-discrimination regime we've got here in Queensland, because it's morphed into nothing but an anti-free speech regime, and it needs to be stopped. But I'm going to head off because it's my bedtime. I've got council duties in the morning, but you're going to be replaced by a better-looking bloke, smarter bloke, Damian Coory, who hosts ADH TV's The Other Side. He's been doing...
No longer with ADH.
Oh, no longer with
gone
ADH
independent,
TV. Okay.
gone capitalist.
He started independent. He's back independent again. The Other
We
Side.
still love ADH.
It is a great news show though, and it's one of those ones that's pushing against the mainstream media. So if you haven't gotten onto The Other Side yet, look it up on YouTube or download it on your favourite podcast app. So thanks very much. That's all from me. Thank you, Dave, for all what you're doing, and God bless you. And I hope that you're victorious in this fight.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, you may have seen a little clue as to who's up next. Federal Parliament is meeting at the moment, and Senator Malcolm Roberts is busy fighting the good fight and desperately tried to join us live tonight, but thought just in case he'd better pre-record something. So we're going to watch that now, and this is a fantastic speech. So good night, George. And when you come back, a fresh face of Damian Coory beside me. Senator Roberts, welcome to defendingdemocracy.au.
Christianity is under attack. Most modern religious leaders have surrendered to a so-called progressive influence. In reality, it's regressive and weakens God's teaching. These people, these so-called leaders, are leveraging centuries of trappings of office to legitimize their corrupted teachings. Their words no longer deliver the spirit or the letter of the gospel. Rather, they're imposing their own woke pronouncements. We do not need these people to speak for God. God's already spoken to us. This is our word, Jesus' teachings. This is our guarantee of love, both given and received. This is our guarantee of human rights conducted in the service of God. This is our future. An article in the Church Times recently reveals the Church of England, the Anglican Church, have been quietly retiring the word church so they can be more inclusive. One may wonder if all the signage will be changed to simply of England. If that seems like something is missing, well, there is something missing. God. The English word church comes from the Greek word kyriakon, which means dedicated to the Lord. The Church of England has declared they're no longer dedicated to the Lord. We shouldn't be surprised. The Archbishop of Canterbury, leader of the Anglican Church, has been walking away from Christianity for many years. Here are some examples. A non-binary, genderqueer Anglican priest in the United Kingdom is on record claiming to use they, their clerical position in hopes of normalising non-binary, genderqueer behaviour among children. In his exact words, quote, "One of the biggest things is just being a visual representation in my community and going into schools, doing assemblies, and making a huge difference in normalising it for children. The Bible is very clear that there are only two sexes. Genesis 5:1 says, male and female, he created them, and he blessed them and named them humankind. Transitioning children is an abomination made worse because children cannot consent. The Anglican Church General Synod voted overwhelmingly last year to support a motion to lament and repent for not being welcoming towards LGBTQI plus people. As Christians, we show love to everyone, including those who behave in ways with which we disagree. Yet the modern church appears to blindly endorse behaviours with which society, facts of nature and sound morals disagree. The woke rot goes all the way to the top. At the United Nations COP26 Climate Conference of Parties in Glasgow, Archbishop of Canterbury, Welby, asserted that climate change was infinitely worse than the Holocaust, a comment for which he was forced to apologise. To believe in man-made climate fraud is to believe that man is greater than nature, which is to say that man is greater than God. It's to believe that animal husbandry of herbivores, including cattle, can produce nature's trace atmospheric gas, carbon dioxide, essential to all life on Earth, yet supposedly harming God's planet. A notion that's scientific nonsense and contravenes religious teaching. Genesis 1:24, quote, God created livestock. A verse that carries no public health warning about flatulence. Proverbs 12:10, quote, says, the righteous care for the needs of their animals. If God thought herbivores were a threat to his creation, he would not have saved them from the flood. Yet there they were on the ark. In addition to companionship, animals teach so many life lessons, responsibility in caring for other living creatures, the difference between male and female. Oh, hang on, I see it now. Even worse, the Archbishop failed to provide moral leadership during COVID. He went on a 3-month holiday, apparently believing that once again man was greater than God, that our God-given natural immune system was no match for a man-made virus and needed a man-made vaccine to save us. This is an Archbishop who supports the debasement of God's creation, humankind, in a futile attempt to improve his church's market share through soft messaging, rather than true, faithful messaging. The church is losing supporters because established religion does not offer leadership. Today it has few warriors and no longer has use for the armour of God. The answer is not softer messaging. The answer is stronger messaging and deeds that defend our faith. It's time to end the age of appeasement. A true religious leader like Dave Pellowe stands for the scriptures no matter the cost. Is the church defending Dave against attack from those who push Aboriginal mysticism as a religion? No. Silence. God takes all rights to himself. The faithful inherit those rights through the exercise of faith. We should and must stand against those who act against the word of God. Isaiah 10:1-2, quote, woe to those who make iniquitous decrees, who write oppressive statutes, to turn aside the needy from justice and to rob the poor of my people of their rights, that widows may be your spoil, and that you may make the orphans your prey. Doesn't that sound exactly like the statutes we're seeing coming out of Western parliaments in recent years? It does to me. Creating the Queensland Human Rights Commission and similar state and federal bodies. Each new law takes basic human rights away from God's people and gives those rights to the government and to corporations and to vested interests that those politicians serve. Rich and powerful interests desire total power and wealth without accountability, leaving we the people with nothing except what they choose to give us. Our leaders should be mindful of Isaiah 24:4-6, quote, the earth laments and fades away. The world is feebled and decayed. The proud people of the earth are weakened. The earth deceives because the inhabitants transgressed the laws. They changed the ordinances and broke the everlasting covenant. Therefore the curse devoured the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are desolate. That verse is from the 1599 Geneva Bible. It seems that the older the translation, the more accurate is the verse. Modern translations of this verse are often used to say God is angry at our treatment of the earth, to establish religious support for the failed theory of climate change. It does no such thing. What it does is to say, leave the scriptures alone. It's a warning against supplanting God's word with another teaching easier on the ears and easier on any superficial, cursory consulting of conscience. This telethon will raise funds for the Human Rights Law Alliance, who are fighting to save free speech. It comes as no surprise that most of their clients, people accused of hate speech, are drawn from the Christian and conservative communities. Christianity brought the world freedom and brought the world truth as a virtue. Exodus 21:16 and Deuteronomy 24:7 both imply the right to life, property and liberty. Proverbs 31:8-9, quote, "Open your mouth for the mute, for the rights of all who are destitute. Open your mouth, judge righteously, defend the rights of the poor and the needy." A teaching which should be balanced against 1 Corinthians 6:12 that teaches us that all things are lawful for me, but not all things are helpful. Or as the old saying goes, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Was it wrong to claim creation for God, as Dave Pellowe is being persecuted for? No, it was not. He was right. Man is not the owner of creation. Psalm 24:1 teaches us, the earth is the Lord's and everything in it. Leviticus 25:23, the land is mine. Genesis 1:26-28, he has called us to dominion over all he has made. God has delegated stewardship to his image bearers, bestowing the right of individuals to keep and use their land and property in service of God, which makes sense. Otherwise, God would have an awful lot of crops to harvest, cows to milk, and spiders to chuck outside. None among us is higher than another. Neither Aboriginal nor Christian can claim sole ownership of this land. We both exercise stewardship on behalf of God. I remind that in the human realm, offence cannot be given. Offence can only be taken. What that means is this: when someone says something false or nasty to me or about me, the impact on me depends on my own value judgments and beliefs about myself. When someone says something nasty or false to us, it's often their plea for help. I think that's why Dave Pellowe encouraged us to pray for the person who lodged the complaint against him with the Queensland Human Rights Commission. And so here we are, assembled to defend human rights, freedom and truth. Assembled to praise God and accept the gift of free speech and human rights in return. Assembled in the belief God owns this land and we are mere stewards. The only welcome to country I accept is welcome to God's country. Increasingly, we must be aware that it is our faith that leads us, not our faith leaders. Last year, because of Dave's work, I proudly donated $2,000 to church and state. And tonight, because of Dave's initiative and courage, I pledge another $2,000 to this telethon. Please donate to this great cause to build a war chest for the Human Rights Law Alliance to use in defending human rights of Christians and conservatives under vexatious attack. Citizens like Lyle, Shelton, Bernie Gaynor, Dave Pellowe, thank you for your time and for your support tonight.
Wow. Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. That's very generous. Can I encourage everybody, dig deep. Who can match that? A couple of $2,000 donations will get us a lot closer to the $1 million that I'm hoping for. Listen, guys, we now have 7,000 people watching. If each of us just give $100, we are such a long way towards building that formidable war chest to defend, to build a shield against the sort of government that's so often raised against innocent people. But joining me right now, I'd like to welcome Damian Coory. Damian,
Dave,
welcome.
Good to see you. Good to be here. I'm glad. I'm sorry it's not on better circumstances, but it's good. I'm glad you're putting up the fight because somebody has to lead it for us all, I think. And you're sort of sticking your neck out there, which is fantastic. And as Yemeni said before, he's been through the ringer numerous times.
Yeah.
These attacks just will keep coming until the perpetrators of the attacks understand that there is a counterattack, that there is cost, there are consequences, that you won't be able to just, the left won't be able to just continuously attack us, that we are going to stand up and defend ourselves. We are going to push back, and not just in the public town square in terms of debate, but we're going to be pushing back in the courts. We're going to be pushing back politically, and we expect our political representatives to pay attention.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen all these situations in the UK. I think Nigel Farage put it best when he said the real reason that you're seeing riots in the streets and problems in the streets in the UK is because of decades of people not listening and people losing, politicians not listening, bureaucrats not listening, bureaucrats abusing their petty power, death by a million cuts, if you like, and it just builds up. And that's what we're seeing here. A bureaucracy that's a little bit out of control, that needs to be reined in a little bit, that needs to have mechanisms in place that prevent the process being the punishment, or punishment by process. That's got to stop. That isn't fair. We're calling that out. It exists, and it's just morally and ethically wrong. And we need to do something about it now. And I think that's great what we're seeing. But what Nigel Farage said was, people have lost faith in the democratic system. That's why they're on the streets, because they don't. Parliament exists. Our whole system is about preventing war and preventing violence. That's what that's all about. That's why we have a parliament. So that we have a forum to debate things in a peaceful way. And it's just not happening because the political class aren't listening to the people. And when you get that separation, that's when you get riots. That's when ultimately, as the French and Russians and many others learned through history, you get revolution. We don't want that.
It is. Look,
we don't want the violence.
As you're chatting, I'm thinking about the fine I got from Victoria Police in 2018 for $67,842.50 for defending innocent attendees to a conference I was holding from Antifa thugs who were there on the street. And in issuing me that invoice, they decided, they didn't decide, but maybe they decided, given the benefit of the doubt, but what they were doing is they were enabling the thugs' veto. They were giving a recipe for censorship to Antifa on what they have to do if they ever want to shut down a Right of Stalin speech. And that was, just there was.
Well, it rewards that bad behaviour. Right.
And the media got on my side that time again. And it's not my side. I actually not that arrogant to think it's about me. It's actually about the future of the nation and about justice. And we all got together and said, hell no, we will fight you all the way to the High Court, because we are not going to give you the precedent that you can just lob up at a meeting you don't like, create a $70,000 extra bill for the promoter, for the organizer. And likewise, that's why I'm fighting this right now, is because we actually need to raise a shield and take away the recipe for censorship that grievance activists have, that all they have to do is lodge a free complaint and force somebody to come to compulsory conciliation meetings with a tribunal and parajudicial bureaucracy that has the right to impose orders and mandatory consequences if they find you've hurt somebody's feelings.
And it's imperative that our elected representatives act strongly to prevent that from occurring. And we need to see a very strong message from the Liberal Party, from the National Party, as the leading two Conservative parties in this country. We need a strong counter position. I haven't heard a peep out of the Shadow Attorney General for Queensland, Tim Nicholls. In fact, we don't hear much of a peep out of anybody, in the LNP in Queensland at the moment. In the lead up to the election, they're playing it very safe and small target, which may not work for them, And I think it's time that we started getting a bit of respect from our elected representatives, and that they actually stood up and did what they're supposed to do, which is be an opposition. I mean, that's your responsibility in the parliament, to be an opposition.
That's right.
You have to get up and oppose. And if you don't get up and oppose, if you're playing play it safe politics because you don't want to offend anybody, not only is it a bad political strategy, but it's an abdication of the core responsibility and the duties that you have as an elected representative in the Westminster system, in the parliament, to represent people and to stand up for, as an opposition, and do your job. And the problem is, that's why you're seeing the decay in confidence in the parliamentary system. And where does that lead? It leads to what we're seeing in the UK at the moment. But everyone's scratching now. Everyone's going, well, gee, where did this come from? It's all, nasty right-wing racists. But
that's right.
It's years and years and years of minor cuts. So it was Polybard on Twitter tonight who I think mentioned about that Victoria Police thing. It was and Alexandra Marshall as well. Hello, Simon. Polybard being the king of Australian conservative Twitter, one of the wittiest men on the platform.
It's Look, I
It's
want to
good
keep
see.
going.
He supported you there a lot. I understand.
It's a really nice, flattering, humbling thing is the people that the Church and State Conference and I guess my experience with that tour, which are helping people enter the fray, and that's important. Many of us are doing that. Look, coming up in this hour, we have Stephen Chavura, Topher Field, Gary Johns, and immediately and next we're going to be having Andrew Cooper from CPAC Australia fighting for conservative values in the nation. But first, we're just going to hear one story from John Steenhof, the Managing Director of the Human Rights Law Alliance, who's going to tell us the kind of people you are defending and protecting when you donate. Now, some people are asking for the link. It's actually running across the bottom of the screen, everyone. Defendingdemocracy.au is where you can go to make your donations now. Defendingdemocracy.au. And I've been testing the website. It's working. I've put a couple of $100 into upping the resources of the website tonight because we've got such great demand. Currently, 7,391 people watching live. 6,000 of those are on X or Twitter. Sorry for getting that name wrong. John Steenhof, exciting numbers. We've got something like $117,000 donated so far tonight.
Wow, what a blessing.
It is a blessing. What's one case that you can say would really help people visualize the kind of recipients of HRLA's pro bono legal services to defend freedom of conscience, free speech and religion?
Well, we have a case, Dave, that just went through the Victorian Civil and Administrative Tribunal. This is one of my favourite clients, Dr. Jereth Cock. He has been suspended for 5 years from medical practice awaiting trial, not because of anything he did with patients, not because of anything he did with the other doctors, not with anything to do with his actual medical practice, but to do with his posting on the internet. The Medical Board of Australia investigated an anonymous complaint by an activist about his conservative and religious Facebook posts and posts on a religious website, the Bill Muhlenberg website. They took immediate action to suspend him, saying he was a danger to the public, and they've effectively destroyed his medical career. He has had to retrain, and he's had to go into another career in order to feed his wife and his 2 children. Finally, he got his day in court at the end of July of this year, and our incomparable barrister, Stephen Maloney, was able to put forward some of the key things that we stand for. He said, this is one of the most important cases that has ever been put to the tribunal in the last 30 years. It goes to the democratic right of any practitioner in the state of Victoria to speak about matters of conscience, religion, and medical practice in the public square. What did Dr. Jereth Cock get in trouble for? Well, for speaking about the rights of doctors to oppose abortion, about conscientious issues like vaccinations and the use of cells that have been sourced from aborted babies, about the egregious lockdowns that were held in Victoria, about the rights of doctors to speak about transgender ideology and what's happening to our children there. And of course, the boundaries of the role of a medical regulator to police the personal views of a doctor like Jereth. Our barrister also made this great quote in front of the tribunal. What is not conceded by Dr. Jereth Cock is the democratic right of him and any other doctor to stand in the public square and express their opinions on abortion, on gender dysphoria, on gender identity, on multiculturalism, on the pandemic and the regulations of it, on the vaccination. Being a doctor and being registered under the national law does not stop a doctor from speaking on those topics. So we're in courts. We've got the best barristers advocating for freedom of speech. And while Jereth's career may have been destroyed, we want to make sure that doesn't happen to other doctors. And we're running the best cases, using the best lawyers and the best experts to get the best results. And we're doing that pro bono. And with the funds that your generous donors have given to us tonight, it's going to make a huge difference for our clients.
Thank you very much, John. And thank you again for all the solid work you do. Joining me now is Andrew Cooper from CPAC. CPAC is on in Brisbane this year, the capital of Australia. That's coming up in October, is it, Andrew?
It is, Dave, 5th and 6th of October. It'll be 3 weeks before the state election, so interesting times.
Very, very
not,
good.
Not as interesting as yours, I might add.
Can you give us a spoiler? Who are some of the speakers you've got this year? You've always had the best show in politics in town, at least right of Starlin. All the pizzazz and other cool things in a political show. Who can you give us as some of the top names billing this year at CPAC?
Look, we haven't released any of our schedule yet, Dave, but I'll give you a sneak hint. We have a former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom attending. We have one of the funniest conservative comedians globally that you'll ever have the pleasure of listening to, and of course we have a whole bunch of other right-thinking individuals that are prepared to stand up for freedom, Dave. The kind of people that I know you love, and they also love you for what you're doing right now with what you're doing to defend democracy. So I congratulate you and wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you very much. Andrew, just quickly in like less than 5 minutes, if you can, your thoughts on freedom of speech, where it's at, and what's the biggest problem you see with our freedom of speech, religion and conscience in Australia right now?
Look, to me, the biggest issue is, and this goes to the way conservatives think too, is that conservatives used to be criticised because they wanted to freeze time and defend the institutions, right? The institutions were the things that provide the framework that make a country like ours great. But the problem now is that many of these institutions are now being taken over by the left. And in some cases, new institutions are just invented with the legislation, and then those institutions are weaponized by the left. And I heard some of your other speakers talk about the weaponization of some of the trusted institutions in Victoria during the COVID era, or even when Moira Deeming in Victoria and Kelly J. Keane tried to have a sort of a soapbox speech outside of Victorian Parliament, and crowds turned up and were threatening them and attacking them. I mean, we see this sort of breakdown of institutions if you look to the US, when a former president is being attacked by state attorney generals and egged on by left-leaning politicians. We see this kind of everywhere. I mean, I know that you've been attacked in Victoria with those ridiculous bills to those invoices that the police gave you to hold back Antifa. You well know also that I've had to pay bills, I've been issued bills to hold back Antifa protesters, and the incentives involved in having to pay police for services if an Antifa protester turns up is frankly absurd, and it's a debasement of what used to be a trusted institution, the police force. But part of the reason I'm here in Brisbane is that last year it became absurd, where the police shook us down to pay them $75,000 when there was no protesters. So it was just the threat or the potential for protesters to turn up. So I think the real challenge for conservatives is to rethink the way that we, perhaps in the past, have blindly trusted institutions. I think some of these institutions, like the Human Rights Commission and others, are really just, they're like weapons lying around. 18C sat on the books for 20 years before it was weaponized, and it's still sitting there. It's quietened down a little bit, but there's no reason why an activist left-leaning government can't use that to go after Facebook posters and to go after for the e-safety commission to start weaponizing that as well. So I'm I'm a little bit pessimistic about where we are with some of these institutions. To me, Conservatives should be suspicious of institutions now, to have less faith in government, more faith in their individual beliefs, and live outside of the support of these so-called government institutions. And I think if we do that, we might be better for it.
Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. Thanks very much for your time tonight. We really, really do appreciate it. Interesting what you said about the cops and I thought the police were funded by taxpayers and that they were supposed to keep the peace and protect us, no matter political persuasion. But it seems like if you're on the right, you've got to pay the bill.
That's right, Damian. And it's an unholy alliance between the left-leaning protesters and the police. And this is indicative of what's happening around the globe too. I mean, the arrests of Facebook posters in the UK is a portent to what can happen here in Australia. The Safety Commissioner expands the powers that she clearly wants. So we've got to be very careful about where we are. And one of the things that we can do is to do what Dave's doing and what all the donors here are doing and all the speakers are trying to do here, is where we need to draw a line in the sand somewhere. And this is a tremendous issue to do that. And I just encourage everyone to chip in, chip in a bit, chip in a lot. But this is your opportunity to join those that are drawing that line in the sand.
Good on you, Andrew. Thanks very much for your time. And the CPAC conference coming up in October. Everybody keep an eye out for that. We are at $122,700. So thanks very much for the push there, Coop. Great to see, and put a smile on Dave's dial, I can see, which is an important thing. So hopefully we'll get to 200,000 before we're done. We've got a bit of a way to go. Let's push it, and get everyone to dig deep.
Yeah.
So we are now going to be having a little bit of a chat to Alexandra Marshall, or are we? We don't have Ali Melly on at the moment.
We need Ali Melly to come on. She's got a very early start in the morning, look, I wonder who else we can get on in the meantime. Everybody I want just to talk for a long time. Topher is going to join us right now. Topher, when Ellie comes on, we
can bounce around. We're flexible.
Maybe we'll bounce around a bit, etc. But
look,
Topher
I get it,
ladies and gentlemen.
Look, I get it. I
Hi,
understand you're positioning me in the pecking order underneath Ellie Melly. I'm not mad. Honestly, she's a talent, so I can completely understand where you're coming from. But I will cry myself to sleep tonight.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
It's more that really a bad night's sleep probably won't do you any damage, whereas Ellie has a lot to lose.
I have 3 kids. Good night's sleep are impossible. So,
I feel like Dave's just digging himself into a deeper and deeper hole.
That's right. Guys, do not donate for a sense of humour. Donate for first aid for a missing sense of humour. Topher, you are constantly fighting for free speech and a target of lawfare. You directed the fantastic documentary Battleground Melbourne, which was all about some of the most authoritarian, totalitarian crackdown on what everybody should have a free right to, and that's peaceable protest. Instead, you had police shooting at you. Tell us a little bit about your thoughts on the state of freedom in Australia and freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of conscience, and what solutions do you see?
Well, I don't want to steal my thunder from a little bit later on, where I'll talk a little bit more about some of the history of this, because this fight has been going on since long before I became a political commentator 15 years ago, and certainly there's a lot more history to it than just this latest round that we're seeing here. But in terms of the COVID side of things, here's the simple reality. I'm a libertarian, I'm not a conservative, but what conservatives need to accept is that conservatism is now the counterculture. Conservatism used to be the culture. Conservatism used to hold all the commanding heights of society. The judges were conservative, the media was conservative, politicians were conservative. Politicians would always play up their family values and their
their church-going bona fides, etc. These were all indications that the culture was a conservative culture. And then, of course, in the 1960s, we saw the sexual revolution, we saw the cultural revolution come through, extending from the Marxist revolutions that we saw in other countries. And they realized, of course, that an outright communist revolution wasn't going to work in most Western countries, so they went on the long march through the institutions. That's all very well documented. It's not a conspiracy theory. And what happened was they very effectively used counterculture tactics. This is what's discussed in books like Rules for Radicals. This is what's discussed by the Cloud Pivot strategy and various other documents that we have, where they understood, these progressives, so-called, understood that they were the counterculture and they used countercultural tactics. Now, what's happened is they won. And if that's news to you, I regret to be the bearer of bad news. There isn't a cultural war on. What there is a culture guerrilla counterinsurgency, and conservatives are the counterinsurgents now, are the insurgency now, and conservatives now need to change tactics. We need to stop thinking like the culture and start thinking like the counterculture. Have I still got you?
Yep, absolutely.
Right. We have Ellie Melly. All right. Well, I'm happy to defer to Ellie Melly. Always a pleasure, Alexandra. Lovely to see you. Let you guys have your chat, and I'll pick up again.
I'm sorry I've nudged you off, Topher. I'm in the heart of Canberra, in the bubble, and I haven't slept in a while.
Sorry. I think I misheard you. Did you just say that Canberra has a heart?
That was, I misspoke. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
That was a bit brutal, and we apologise to all the Canberra viewers out there. Great to see you, Alexandra. Thanks for joining us. Sorry to drag you out of your good night's sleep. How are you feeling?
Oh, that's okay. I've been awake for a really long time, so it's lovely of you guys to let me interrupt Topher briefly. Look, I'm down here because we're all trying to fight this free speech thing from so many angles. I mean, I had Monica Schmidt on the show this morning for Spectator TV. She was talking about what it's like to be the victim of lawfare, not just from claims like poor Dave Pellowe from your peers, but also from the government. When the government decides it doesn't like your speech, you can also become a victim of these things. So the importance of standing up for free speech could not be more crucial than right now.
Yeah. Have you personally, we heard about, I understand Topher, and we'll hear more about Topher's situation and the troubles that you faced, mate. I know, especially during the COVID situation. But Ali Melly, you have not had probably as much difficulty, or is there something in your past that I'm not aware of?
Touch wood, Damian. Goodness, don't jinx me. What's wrong with you? Weirdly, I've been the centre of a couple of Twitter storms, but not as many as I expected. So far, I seem to be kind of weirdly sliding under the radar. I haven't offended the powers that be yet. I'm sure I'll get there like the rest of you. It's a club that I'm yet to join. But really, it seems to be things like the COVID era, things like the fight for women, and now this welcome to country thing, which, by the way, is a popular opinion. Most people online will tell you that they are sick and tired of it, and yet somehow it's controversial to take issue with it. I don't know. I haven't stumbled over it yet, Damian.
No, well, that's good to hear. But I think, I'm in the same boat, but I think it does inform the way that we cover things, right? I mean, I'm constantly, and it's good to be cautious, obviously, and to be wary about things like defamation and contempt of court and those sorts of things that every commentator and journalist should probably be very, very aware of and conscious of. But it does sort of, in the back of your mind, it can affect the way that you report. And I think what's so important about having the Human Rights Law Alliance well funded is that it means that we have a fallback. We know that there's somewhere that you can go to get some support, that you've got an organization that actually will help step up. And there's a platform there. And also that they're out there setting precedents, right?
Well, I can give you some experience. It's interesting having been on this free speech journey for a good 10 years now. We started where the biggest free speech you had was in the real world, and social media was where you had to moderate your speech or you would be removed. So we had places like Twitter and Facebook where we did have to self-censor. We used special code words and things like that to avoid being deleted from the internet. And now places like Twitter are where we have more freedom to speak, and it's the real world where we are running into problems. I mean, look what they're doing to people over in the UK. I've got a lot of friends and journalists over there who have gone to Spain because they're terrified they're going to be arrested by being in the UK for criticising the immigration policies of the UK. So this is a global problem for the West, not just an Australian problem, and it has gone from social media being the problem to our governments being the problem, and that is a sinister shift.
Yeah, I have to pinch myself sometimes, and to sort of realise that we're reporting on this. We're talking about the UK. We're talking about the centre of, Western Anglo civilization. That you would have thought this could never happen. I mean, it set the standard for so many years of great philosophical thought and, liberalism and our entire democratic process. And now, this is not hype. This is not overstating it. This is really, really scary stuff.
Well, we've actually watched, Jamie, we've watched a few large figures in the conservative movement, such as Mark Steyn, such as Lawrence Fox, who have been fighting legal battles for various free speech. I think Mark might have actually been one of the first who was up against Michael Mann about the whole climate change thing, and now he's fighting Ofcom, and we've had Lawrence Fox being dragged in for other complaints like that. They have been fighting these battles for a while, but they've gone unnoticed because they're the big names and people think, oh, it will never happen to me. And now we have ordinary citizens being arrested and thrown in jail, and they've got no power of the crowd to influence any decisions. And so it's interesting to see how long this fight has been going on. I remember when I was a kid, Damian, I was pretty sure that one thing we'd never have to fight for was women's rights or freedom of speech. And both of those things are now front and center of our debate. We have gone backwards in time. I dare say we're regressing more than 100 years. And being in Canberra, I'm going to give a special shout out. There are senators and MPs who do fight for freedom, but they are few and far between.
You're on.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, Alexandra, good luck down there in the capital campus of Australia. I hope everything goes well for you there. And thanks so much for taking the time to join us tonight. Now you can finally get some sleep.
Thank you so much, and best of luck. And please donate to the cause; it's so important.
It is indeed.
And thanks, Topher.
Just to give a quick update. Sorry. Go ahead. Just look at our total, $126,713. Talking up the top of each other here. Sorry.
That's okay. I was just saying goodbye to Ellie Melly. But Topher, where were you up to?
Oh, look, I was just discussing some of the history of this in terms of the cultural situation that we find ourselves in, because conservatives need to get real about the fact that the conservative movement, the conservatives are now the revolutionaries, as it were. This idea of conservatism conserving what's there. Sorry, what's there is no longer what you think is there. The Cultural Revolution won, the Sexual Revolution won. Our society has been fundamentally transformed successfully by that particular revolution, and so we need to accept that we're actually now in the position of being the revolutionaries, and we need to behave that way. So things that used to be taboo, for example, conservatives got very cross with anyone engaging in civil disobedience in decades past, and would say, well, you should obey the laws whilst working to change them. Well, that's a position that only someone who is blissfully ignorantly in the position of power could possibly hold. It's a ridiculous position when you actually look at it in any way on the basis of principle and shameless self-promotion. I cover that all in my book, Good People Break Bad Laws, which is a modern defense of civil disobedience. And so we need to give up a lot of those old tropes. They were wrong back then, when conservatives used them back then, but now they're not just wrong, but they're also tremendously counterproductive, and continuing to hold some of those ideas is going to hold.
Topher, show the book again, mate, because it is a very important book you've written there. You're being too modest about it. Just stick it up there. Good People Break Bad Laws by Topher Field. Well worth getting a copy of and having a read. You've done a lot of work in this area, Topher, but just quickly, tell us a little bit about your own experience with the police in Melbourne during COVID. I know that they just turned up at your door one day.
Yeah, well, we knew they were coming. It was an inevitability. And Ellie Melly just mentioned Monica Smith. Full props to her. She's taking Victoria Police to court now for all of their, or some of their, wrongful arrests of her, which is a wonderful court case. And I hope that she wins, because that will set a precedent that could be tremendously valuable to me going forwards. But they were arresting a lot of people, so it wasn't exactly that it was out of the blue. But they'd been to my house twice before to issue threats and to try and intimidate me, to stop me from exercising my human rights to speak in opposition to the government and to participate in peaceful protest and to encourage others to do the same. And then finally, they came to my house a third time and arrested me. I wasn't sure at that moment what they were going to do. I had prepared everything with my wife just in case they turned around, incarcerated me for an unknown period of time, perhaps did what they did do in the end to Monica, offering unconscionable bail conditions that I wouldn't be able to agree to, and I would opt instead to stay in prison. I didn't know what was going to happen. We'd seen violent arrests where people got hospitalized, and you don't know in advance which one are you going to get. Are you going to get, you know, the cops that want to crack your head open, the ones that want to keep you incarcerated, or are you going to get some that actually maybe care about the rule of law and care about human rights? And fortunately for me, that's what I got. I got actually, I call them the nicest human rights abusers I've ever met. And I was actually out later that same day. But the point is, I didn't know in advance what my situation was going to be. Because my situation ended up being relatively mild, I made the choice to fund my own legal defense. And we fought for 2.5 years in the courts before eventually Victoria Police just dropped the charges and walked away. And my family funded that. My wife and I, we funded that out of our own pockets. However, had the situation been different and the fight been much more intense, we would not have been able to afford to do that. And that's where things like the Human Rights Law Alliance and these funds that we're working towards supporting tonight are just so crucial, because it gives confidence to people like myself that should I find myself in a situation where I'm being targeted, where it is above my pay grade, above my capacity to pay for my own defense, that as long as I'm not an idiot, as long as I haven't just run around defaming people or done something stupid that's just going to waste the HRLA's money, so long as I've actually behaved myself in a manner that is responsible, I can be confident that the HRLA are going to be there and they're going to back me up, and that they're going to do what they can do to try and help me in whatever situation, lawfare type situation, someone tries to put me into. And so knowing that that's there, back of your mind, is incredibly empowering for people like me and Ellie Melly and Monica Smith and so many others. Knowing that if the sticky brown stuff really does hit the fan, then I'm not going to be hung out to dry. There's going to be people that I'm going to be able to call, and they're going to pick up the phone and they're going to have a real conversation with me and see what they can do. And I think it's really, really important, especially for those of you, for those that are watching, that look at someone like, you know, me or Dave Pellowe or others, and you perhaps look at us and go, oh wow, I couldn't do what you do. I couldn't say those things in public. I couldn't take those risks. I couldn't be you. That's okay. We're all called to different things. But another shameless plug, as I discuss in this book, there are people that are more temperamentally disposed to being that person who's out there getting shot at, the slings and the arrows and so forth. And if you don't want to be that person, that's okay. But can you commit yourself to being there to support those people? You don't have to be those people, but can you make sure that the people who are willing to be those people have the backup that they need? And in this particular case, what we're talking about today is the Human Rights Law Alliance, and the fact that people like me, people like Dave Pellowe, we need to know that they're in our corner. We need to know that they're funded so that we can keep doing what we do. So I just want to say,
it makes the world a difference to the attitude with which you can do the work, right?
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Damian.
I said it makes the world of difference to the attitude with which you can do the work.
Yeah. And it allows you to be, not that you should need that in order to be bolder, but it definitely equips you and positions you to be able to park that particular problem, park that particular fear. And then when people come at you with threats, those threats are far less effective. Let's keep in mind, people like Dave Pellowe, people like me, we're human beings. We have families. We have personal finances. We have the realities of life, the same as absolutely every other person. And the people that we're up against know that, and they often have government funding, government jobs, taxpayer-funded legal representation, these sorts of things, and they can make threats that touch my life at a very personal level, or Dave Pellowe's life at a very personal level, at no personal risk to themselves. And so by people getting alongside...
It's bureaucratic bullying, tyrannical bureaucratic bullying of the worst kind. And it needs to be dealt with. And I just say, you know, where is our major Conservative party on this? Where are the leading Conservative voices on this? Why is it taking independent media and minor parties to push this when it should be front and centre of the Liberal Party of Australia? And I don't wish the Liberal Party any ill will. I wish them all the best, but they've got to step up. They've got to step the game up.
Yeah, with a couple of outstanding exceptions, the likes of Alexandra and Senator Gerard Rennick and Jacinta Price and others. I mean, there are some outstanding individuals within that party, but they're a far cry from what Menzies envisioned and the vision that he put forward in his inaugural speech when they founded it. We're in a situation where Conservatives need to, like I was saying before, we need to accept the fact that we are now the insurgency. We are now the counterculture, and we've got to start getting aggressive. So we need to begin by aggressively defending against the attacks that are being brought against us. But I actually think we need to go another step further, and we need to become pretty shameless about prosecuting people that break their own stupid rules, including the ones that we don't agree with. So where we see this absurd legislation, the unfortunate reality is politicians, bureaucrats, these activists. I can see I'm having some connection issues. I apologise. I've not got good reception where I am.
We can hear you loud and clear, mate. That's all fine.
Okay.
Yep. All good.
So these people are in their ivory towers, and they are at no risk themselves, and they can throw out lawsuit after lawsuit. Most of the time, they don't even have to pay for the lawsuit, and they have no skin in the game. They are at risk of losing nothing. They're not going to learn, and they're not going to improve their attitude until they suddenly understand what it feels like to be on the other side of that. And so I think in the first instance, we need to equip the HRLA to be able to perform these defensive actions on behalf of Dave Pellowe and so many others. And then we actually just need to kind of be willing to get a little bit dirty, get down into the pigsty a little bit, not to abandon our principles, but to simply say, hey, you wrote these rules. We're simply going to demand that they get upheld equally. That's all we're going to do. Yeah. And if you want to get rid of these rules, I will support you, because I oppose these rules on principle. But for as long as these rules exist, and for as long as you sustain these rules, we are going to use them against you. And I think that's where we need to get to as the next step after this step of equipping and financing the HRLA to be able to fight these defensive actions in the first place.
Yeah. It's just a shame we have to do this in this great country, that we have to have these these sorts of debates and arguments. Topher Field, thank you for all the work you do, mate. Thank you for joining us tonight, and thank you for putting yourself out there for all of us, as you have done, through COVID, and continue to do. So have a good evening, sir. Take care.
A pleasure. Thank you, Damian, and all the best, Dave. We'll certainly be in your corner and standing with you in this fight.
Thank you, Topher, and thank you very much for coming on tonight. And all the best with your battles as well. You can get Topher's book, Good People Break Bad Laws, at goodpeoplebreakbadlaws.com. Pretty easy to remember. Very good book, very good arguments put in there, and I'm sure you'll agree with just about everything in it. Well, coming up now, we have Dr. Stephen Chavura, but still to come in this hour, we have Dr. Gary Johns and the iconoclastic Professor Augusto Zimmermann is directing us is coming directly to us from the western side of the nation. But I hope you are no stranger to Stephen Chavura. And if you are, buckle your seatbelts, because he is fantastic, a regular favourite at the Church and State conferences. And Church and State is coming to Canberra, not this weekend, but next weekend, very soon. There are still some tickets available at churchandstate.com.au, and we would love to see you there in Canberra with some of the speakers on the show tonight there in person. You'll be able to meet them and maybe even have an exclusive brunch with us on Saturday morning. So that is coming up right now. And Stephen, Welcome to Defending Democracy, this fundraiser for the Human Rights Law Alliance. Give us your thoughts, Stephen. Any comments on free speech, freedom of religion, this whole sorry saga, and what we can do about the grievance industry in this nation?
Yeah, well, I mean, thanks for having me on, Dave, and thanks for all the work you've done over the years. It's been an honor to be involved in your conferences and other things that you've put on, and also just thanks to John Steenhof for everything he's done with the Human Rights Law Alliance. It's such an important organization, and I really encourage everyone to dig deep and donate. They're doing this for us. What I want to do is take us back, and I will be brief. I want to take us back to the 1960s, which is where Michelle Pearse took us to earlier on in the evening, and others have sort of mentioned it as well, Topher just now, and mention an idea that that popped up in the mid-1960s. And it was the idea of repressive tolerance. And it was an essay actually written by a sort of something of a Marxist Freudian philosopher named Herbert Marcuse. And he basically said, there are certain people and ideas that if you tolerate them, they are repressive, and therefore they should not be tolerated, and the state should do everything it can to censor them. And of course, he was talking about conservative and traditional ideas. Ideas of the family, conservative ideas of morality and things like that. And I guess what's happened over the last 50 years is that idea that traditional ideas about what it is to be a man, what it is to be a woman, what marriage is, and other things, they are now increasingly being seen as repressive. And we're now in the age where governments are being used, and also social media is being used, to act on that belief that they are repressive, and in turn repressing them, censoring them, censoring us. And we're seeing it in at least two major ways these ways, with two major buzzwords. One is harm, and the other one is misinformation. And so, whereas, maybe 20 years ago, you would have people who wanted to censor other people say, well, you can't say that, it's offensive. What's basically happened is that we all know that just because you're offensive, that doesn't mean that you can't speak. And so that argument isn't really powerful anymore. So what they did was they changed the argument. And now they argue that what you are saying is actually harming people. It's actually a public health hazard. So when you say, for example, that there are only two sexes, male and female, or if you say that the true definition of marriage and the only definition of marriage is between one man and one woman, the accusation now is, oh, you're causing young people to harm themselves and commit suicide. What you're saying is harmful. So we've got to be very careful about that argument that's being deployed quite effectively. Go onto YouTube, and there's a lecture I gave a few years ago called Is Christianity Harmful? And I spend about 50 minutes refuting that harm argument. Now, the other buzzword, and it's the buzzword used by Julie Inman-Grant, the e-safety commissioner, is misinformation. And what misinformation really is just information that the left doesn't like. And so even during the Voice campaign, when I was saying things like, there's a very good chance that 80% of Indigenous Australians aren't in favour of the Voice anymore, I was accused of misinformation. And so misinformation is now being leveraged to limit people from political speech. And so that's the other one that we've got to be really careful about. And look, I'll say one other thing. One of the problems with human rights bodies, government-backed human rights bodies in countries like Australia, which have basically the world's best human rights records, is that they inevitably, like all bureaucracies, they inevitably look for more work to do to justify their existence. The Human Rights Commission is never going to say, basically, human rights are pretty good in Australia, you don't really need us. They're never going to say that. So they will always look for human rights abuses even when there are none. And that's exactly what's going on. It's what's going on with you, Dave. It's what's been going on with a lot of people lately. And again, this is why the Human Rights Law Alliance is so important. They are the ones who are going to help us fight this battle. And the battle's going to be fought on sort of three fronts. One front is in politics. We do actually need the Liberal National Party and the minor parties to be able to pass legislation that stops the kinds of things happening to you, Dave, from happening again. So we do need changes in laws, but that's not everything. We also need to create a popular movement against all of this, so the politicians who want to change things can point to a huge mass movement to their party and say, look, this isn't just me, a lone voice crying in the wilderness. I've got 100,000 signatures behind me. So you need that as well. And you need those people to join the political parties and keep them on the right track. And then finally, you need the HRLA to get the experts in to fight the cases. And as you said earlier, Phil, create precedent. And that is what the HRLA does. And I've been following the HRLA since it started. You know what it does? It wins. The HRLA wins. It's a winner. And when it wins, it creates precedents. It's one of the most powerful ways that we can take back freedom of religion, take back freedom of speech, take back freedom of association in this country. We've got to dig deep and donate to the HRLA, because a lot of people over the years have been saying, what can we do? What can we do? And people sort of scratch their heads and say, well, I don't know, just keep speaking out. We've got an organization who's doing it now. The answer now is, what can we do? To that question, support the HRLA. And I'm a very proud supporter of the HRLA.
Stephen, thank you very much. Those are great thoughts and always good insights to hear the political analysis, the philosophical and historical analysis from you as well. And your ringing endorsement of the HRLA is exactly what this entire night is about. Let's do an update on the donations. And we are $87 away from 130,000. Would somebody please hurry up and donate $87 quickly? I like nice round numbers. Stephen, thank you very much. And will you be speaking at the Church and State Conference, the National Summit in Brisbane in March next year?
I wouldn't miss it.
Fantastic. Look forward to seeing you there. Thank you very much. And now we have Dr. Gary Johns. Dr. Gary Johns is the former chairman. I think chairman is the right title. He'll tell me if I've got it wrong in just a minute, of the Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission in Australia. He's also a former MP, Special Minister for State in the Keating government. That's right. He's a former Labor minister. Gary, I don't know if this was a very long time ago for you, and if you get many questions about this at the moment, but did you leave the left or did the left leave you?
Oh, I think the left have veered right off the road. I'm still very mainstream. That's why I'm talking to you and all the good folks you've got on, because we are simply wanting to have an open conversation with fellow Australians about reasonable matters in a reasonable manner. And here are you being dragged by compulsion, by state compulsion before a tribunal to sort of flog yourself for having said that you have reasonable views about Christian beliefs. It's shocking. It's shocking that this should happen in Australia. I do remember John Howard back before he came to power, so before 1996, saying that he would abolish the Australian Human Rights Commission if he came to power. He didn't do it, and John was a wonderful Prime Minister, but the fact is the conservative liberal side of politics should have nipped this sort of thing in the bud. These tribunals and commissions have become thought police, and the Parliament has given the power to do that, and the Parliament will have to take back that power. I know that doesn't help you, Dave, but all strength to your arm, but ultimately politicians have to take this seriously and give their citizens the freedom to speak once more.
Thank you very much, Gary. Gary, just tell us a little bit about the organisation that you're leading now, which has been repurposed after helping defeat the toxic referendum on changing the constitution.
Yeah, we announced during the referendum we're on the no case, and what a wonderful but short-lived victory that was, because the battle goes on, and we've repurposed and renamed, and we call ourselves Closing the Gap, or Closing the Gap Research rather. And the whole object of policy in Aboriginal affairs should be about closing that gap between those relatively few Aboriginal people who are in need and all other Australians. So our mantra is need, not race. And we concentrate on pointing out that those people most likely in need are living in remote communities, living, if you like, as the archetypal Aboriginal that city Aboriginals and city whites and city academics think they should live. The trouble is, they're not living well. They are poor, they are lost, and we need to help them find a pathway to join all of the other Aboriginal people and all other Australians having a reasonable life. So yeah, close the gap. That's our focus. And I'll tell you one little program we've got running. We notice there are a number of corporations in Australia that have reconciliation action plans, and we've reviewed nearly 70 of them and analysed them, and they lead precisely nowhere. They're simply meetings of people that pat themselves on the back to say, look at us, the whiteys, look at us, because we're bleeding for Aboriginal people, but they don't do anything for Aboriginal people. They just sit down and have meetings with basically city Aboriginal people, or rather people of Aboriginal descent. And we are running the alternative. We're saying, talk to us and we'll talk to you about a close the gap action plan. That is, we could look at things that your business can do with its skills to help maybe an individual to have a better life than they would otherwise have. And you can sing the praises about that. We can measure that. We can change people's lives, perhaps one by one, because that's generally the way it's done, and make a real difference to those Aboriginal people in need. But I tell you, you don't do it through a reconciliation action plan. That's just a bit of nonsense philosophy that Bob Hawke thought up, or was given to him rather, in the late 1980s when he couldn't deliver on land rights. That's now so out of date and so ill-fitted for purpose. People have to think about closing the gap.
Yeah. Gary, we've heard a lot said in the last couple of weeks about, loss of faith, loss of confidence in the political process, loss of confidence in the institutions of the Westminster system, particularly the Parliament in the UK, and this leading to the riots that we saw, this incredible detachment or disillusionment that the average man in the street has with the political party. Workers not feeling they're represented by Labor anymore. Conservatives not feeling like they're represented by the Conservative Party anymore. We've just seen in Australia a vote which was very clear in rejecting a voice to Parliament. Yet we see our politicians ignoring the will of the people, and at a state level at least, pressing ahead with these initiatives, saying, tis, you shouldn't have voted that way. You voted the wrong way. We're going to teach you a lesson and show you how to all be good people and go ahead and do this anyway. Does that concern you when you see that sort of disconnect, I guess? We also saw, of course, Canberra voting almost completely inversely to the way that the rest of the country voted, which in itself says something, doesn't it?
Remember that Canberra makes money out of pretending to solve problems, right? They don't solve problems, certainly not in the Indigenous space, but they pretend to solve them. And the culture really is in Australia, you have a dependent group, the poor, who need Canberra and its brilliance and its ideas and our money to solve it, but they don't solve it. But both sides are sort of happy. The poor receive money, which doesn't necessarily get them out of poverty, and the people in Canberra, of course, think up program and rename programs, serve them up to the politicians. The politicians vote to send our money out to do these things. So it's become, it's got a life of its own, and Labor knows it better than anyone else. So Labor generally rules at state level, as you know, because it employs a lot of public servants, and those public servants know which side their bread is buttered. They know you have to be a union member. They know that you're more likely to have more people employed and your family looked after if you continue to vote Labor. So that's a considerable disadvantage for the coalition because it's implied that the coalition will cut that cord at some stage. They will either stop the growth of public servants or even sack some of them. And our good friend Campbell Newman, of course, learnt that to his great harm. So it's very difficult on the coalition side. Look, the big mistake that Prime Minister Albanese made in the referendum was to have a referendum. You should never ask the people, because the people said quite clearly and plainly, we do not want you messing around with our constitution, and we don't want you to have two classes of citizen. So the people who actually run the country, the public servants, if you like, have said, well, okay, let's not ask the people anymore. We'll just get on with our programs, right? We let the culture continue. So I hope the coalition knows that feeling of a victory in a referendum. Now it has to work towards a victory with numbers and to win in Parliament. And we need a discussion inside the coalition that says, when you get back in, you have to change the law such that we can speak more freely, and you have to either fetter human rights commissions or preferably abolish them, because they detract from the power of parliamentarians. I've always argued, even way back in my days in the Labor Party, that the Parliament should be the centre of power, not the courts, and certainly not these lesser tribunals and commissions. But the left and Labor have continued to cede power to these other organisations, these other apparent sources of authority. And the parliamentarians, perhaps it's a younger generation, don't realise you can take it all back. You can take back that power and leave it in the hands of the Parliament, which is, of course, the place where people can have a more regular say, not just once in a blue moon at a referendum. So look, I'm an optimist. It can turn around. It relies on good people who are listening in tonight and talking to their side of politics and saying, boys and girls, parliamentarians and future parliamentarians, you can win back power for us, the people, and take it from the commissioners and the bureaucrats.
Yeah, well said, Gary. Dr. Gary Johns, thank you so much for your contribution to tonight's awesome speeches and rallying for defending democracy, freedom of speech, religion and conscience.
Good. Thanks, Dave. Best of luck. And Damian, thank you.
Pleasure, Gary. We're at $132,222, my friend. $132,222.
Well, the count is just a little bit behind that, but we're past 130. It's fantastic news. Look, I don't know if there's anybody in Australia who has been brutalised and dragged before the parajudicial bureaucracies of lawfare more often, more frequently, and more obscenely, groundlessly than my next guest. We have the iconoclastic Augusto Zimmermann coming up after him, but my next don't go away. You really want to hear Professor Zimmermann, but Bernard Gaynor has probably been persecuted by the most outrageous abuses of lawfare and legislation designed to protect people, which ends up being weaponized to attack innocent people. Bernard Gaynor, thank you for joining us. Your story is, I mean, if this was the only story in the whole nation, the laws need to change. But as you've heard tonight, there's countless people being targeted by it. We're going to have John Steenhof back later to tell us another one of the important cases that they are defending at the Human Rights Law Alliance. But Bernard, welcome to Defending Democracy Telethon, and tell us about your case study in how many complaints exactly have you had against you?
Sure. Well, Dave, the answer is 43. And the good news is that I've only got one left at the moment. So the first 42 have been dismissed. But I just want to say, well done to you. I've been to court many, many, many times now over the last 10 years, and I've never been able to put anything together like this. So I take my hat off to you, Dave. And when I heard that you were being dragged before the Queensland Human Rights Commission, my heart sank, because I know how difficult this is for people. It is a really, really hard thing to go through. You know, it is not easy. So please dig in, support Dave. Just a little word of encouragement can be a great help.
Bernard, don't stop there. Tell us about, I guess the right answer, the right phrasing is the processes that you've seen abused. You've actually prevailed. You've actually prevailed in the High Court. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you have prevailed in the High Court of Australia against the New South Wales government's obscene legislation. And so to get you, they changed the legislation to go around the High Court. Did I get that right?
Sure, Dave, that is correct. So I have had 43 complaints lodged against me by one obsessed, vexatious homosexual activist who has publicly boasted that he is lodging complaints to bankrupt me. I mean, that is true. No one denies that. And, you know, he publicly states that. In order to allow these complaints to continue, because I won, so just so people understand, I live in Queensland. I have been prosecuted 43 times by the New South Wales government under New South Wales law for things I do and say in Queensland about marriage. In order to keep the complaints against me alive, New South Wales had to pass what they claim to be extraterritorial retrospective laws, i.e., I was supposed to know in the future in Queensland that what I said about marriage would break the law in New South Wales. And they're at it again. The 43rd complaint right now is underway. And again, it is about what I do and say in Queensland. It literally has to do with an event in Queensland last year where a Greens candidate at the Brisbane City Council election published the address of a family in Wynnum, put photos of their house online, and urged a gay mob to turn up at their front door in November last year because they opposed the Gay Pride March through a local children's park on a Sunday afternoon. Now, I organised some people to turn up and make sure that the mob couldn't occupy the space out the front of their house. And for doing that, I now face a $100,000 fine in New South Wales. It is just crazy. And, you know, it has cost me about $850,000 now. Yeah, it is obscene. It costs about $850,000. It is, Dave. Sorry, and I just want to make this. Sorry, I just want to make this thing clear. So 42 times I've won now. I've probably officially been found not homophobic more than anybody else in Australia. So that's one good thing to say about this. But just so people understand, the process is the punishment. Costs have never been ordered once in any of those 42 complaints that have been dismissed. Not once. And I've had to prove, and I have, that the New South Wales tribunal system was unconstitutional. I've also proven in the tribunal itself that it had no jurisdiction, but that has just been ignored. So,
Bernard, I think, you know, it's
I've got
that point that you've just made.
Background
I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah, sorry, that's a bit of a background there.
that point that you've just made, Bernard, it's Damian Coory here. I hope you can hear me, mate. I think is a really critical one. The fact that you've got all at 42 cases, most of them vexatious, and from bureaucrats and government departments in many cases, I imagine. And you have not seen costs awarded in your favour even once. If that's not proof that the system is problematically leaning in one direction, I don't know what is. We really need to get that balance right on the bench.
Yeah, Damian, so the system...
and in the judiciary as well, don't we?
Yeah, the system is rigged. And I think that people, if they take two things away from tonight, one is to support Dave and to raise money, because we need a war chest to fight these campaigns. But the second thing to take away is that there is no reforming the human rights industry. It needs to be abolished. And you can't put legislation in place to try and change this clause or fix this thing up. This whole industry is staffed by weird people who hate you, and they will believe 100% in using government power to destroy you. That's what this system is. It can't be reformed. It needs to be abolished.
Yeah, I think they're very, very wise words. We need to, well, at very least, we need to scrap it and start again, and have a serious think about how we make it a much more sensible, balanced, and fair system. Because at the moment, all it's doing is driving one particular ideological agenda and running roughshod over everything else. It's describing and defining one particular ideological perspective as human rights, and ignoring valid counterpoints. So overstepping, overreaching the original intention. And this is exactly what we've seen with the E-Safety Commission. Yeah. I mean, you've got this ridiculous situation where it started out as the Children's E-Safety Commission, meant to protect children, and now it's a policing censorship body of adults.
Yeah, it's insane. Bernard, where can people go to find out more about you, to follow your email updates, which is probably the safest place for you to keep in touch with people? How to look, guys, for the viewing audience, one of the comments has identified here, and I've just heard, there's so many good comments. I'm hurting for this guy. Yeah, look, I can't remember where it is here. There's a comment here. Thank you for the person who said it, drawing attention to the fact that today, August 20, is St. Bernard's Feast Day. So, Bernard, you really have distinguished yourself as a saint, suffering all kinds of trials to fight the good fight and never, ever, ever say die. Where can people go to follow you, subscribe to your newsletter?
Sure, thanks, Dave. So bernardgaynor.com.au, and this ties in with this whole campaign about speech. I think it is shocking in this country that our government money is being used to purchase pornographic books to put in libraries that children can borrow. But if you express views that are conservative, you can be dragged before a tribunal or court. I'm running a campaign at the moment to have these pornographic books removed. I'd love your support. And of course, I've got my legal cases ongoing as well. So please help me, because it is not easy fighting these things by yourself, which I have been doing since 2014. So that's why we need organisations to step up and fight these campaigns for people. So 100% take my hat off to you, Dave. Well done.
Thank you, Bernard. Yeah, we've been friends for a long time, and I don't know if it was. I think it was before 2014. I think it might have been 2010, at least, at a particular major party campaign that we did together, where we met. But anyway, great being your friend, great being your ally and cheerleader. I've been a great admirer of your courage and ferocity, your fearlessness. Just not backing down from the truth, because the truth is the greatest loving thing we can share with anybody else. So Bernard, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave.
Right, time for an update from John Steenhof, the director of the Human Rights Law Alliance. This is the organisation that we are raising funds for tonight, people. We're getting late. There's not many people left to go. We're going to hear from Augusto Zimmermann after John Steenhof. We just need you to turn on your camera and microphone, Augusto. Maybe you need to leave and pop back in. But right now, we're going to ask Dr. John, I've just given you academic qualifications, John. John is
can call me Professor next, Dave.
Professor, Doctor, yeah, sure.
Not hard to get a doctorate in Australia these days, John, unfortunately. Just a bit of breakdancing will do.
Yeah, look, for anybody watching outside of Australia, I do apologise for the breakdancing person that we sent through. I don't know which is more embarrassing, her doctorate or her breakdancing, but... Anyway, John, does a person need to be a Christian for the Human Rights Law Alliance to take their case and defend their exercise in freedom of speech and conscience? And do you have any good examples of such a person?
Dave, what a leading question. The answer is that freedom of speech, thought, conscience, association, these are rights of all Australians. And the reason why all Australians have these rights is because of the influence on our Western legal system of the Christian concepts of equality. So we don't just act for Christians, we act for people who are standing up for issues of conscience. And there's no one who I delight in talking about more than Dr. Gillian Spencer from Queensland. She is a psychiatrist who's had over 20 years experience treating children and adolescents. She's been working for some time for the Queensland Children's Hospital, and she has seen the gender clinic in that hospital grow from, get established in 2017, and now she's seen the huge numbers of children, the explosion of children, particularly girls, who are presenting with gender confusion at these clinics and being fast-tracked down a pathway of medical intervention. And she has said, this is something that I can't be silent about. The hospital has compelled her to take an approach based on its policies and its work orders to affirm all children who come into that hospital. And she said, I'm an experienced psychiatrist. I know that a lot of these kids have other problems. And I'm concerned that what we're doing is going to damage them irreversibly if we give them puberty blockers, if we give them cross-sex hormones, and then if we engage in invasive surgeries for those kids that aren't ultimately going to help them. And she believes that you can't change sex. It's a biological reality. She believes that there's no such thing as a gender identity, particularly that one can have, which is different from your sex. And she wants to be able to practice her psychiatry in a way that doesn't constrain her to go only down one path. She wants to be able to engage in good clinical practice. So she's raised a claim against the hospital to say that they are discriminating against her on the basis of her political convictions. Now, she is not a Christian, but she knows reality and she sees the incoherence of the transgender ideology, and she's concerned for the welfare of children. I just want to share with you something that she wrote about why she's taking her case. She says, there are kids out there who have been through hell and they come through the doors of the public health system. So when I meet a 13-year-old girl who grew up with an alcoholic mother and absent father, and we've got reliable information telling us that from when she was a toddler until the age of 10, she essentially raised herself day after day while her mother was passed out on the couch. And we have reliable information that she saw her mother beaten up by a boyfriend. We don't know what she herself has gone through, but in the last few years, she's gotten into anime on the internet and she loves TikTok. She's developed tics like a lot of the other adolescent girls because that's on the internet too. Then she comes to me and she tells me that she really is a gay man. If that girl is my patient, please don't tell me to put my craft away. Don't tell me that I need to start with a premise that she's naturally trans or gender diverse, and that I need to go along with the idea that she should go to the gender clinic, that blocking her puberty and taking cross-sex hormones and cutting off her breasts is going to make her feel better. These are unproven and risky interventions. Don't tell me that I have to pretend that she is really a gay male. Pretend that it is possible for someone to change sex in order to help her. She is 13. That is not what a good therapist does. Dave, the work that we are doing to protect the conscience rights of all doctors, to try to push back at politicized interference in medical practice by ideologues and by those who hold to an ideology that is very harmful. That's work that's not just good for Christians, it's good for all Australians, and it's good for our kids. And when we hear stories like Gillian, we know that we have to stand up for her rights and for her freedoms as well. That's why we've taken her case. And I hope that really is something that motivates donors as well to do good, not just for Christians, but for their neighbours. Everyone benefits when there is free speech. And particularly when it comes to combating trans ideology, cases like Gillian Spencer's are very important. And I'm just blown away by the support that we've got tonight from all of the donors, whether it's $5, $20, $500. It's going to go towards cases like Gillian's, and it's going to make a real difference. And so thank you, Dave, and thank you for hosting this night tonight and raising funds for the important work we're doing at the Human Rights Law Alliance.
Well, it really is a team effort. Damian's here tonight, George is here tonight. I have to give a special shout out to Alpha Media Services. Alpha Media Services were the first people I called. Abraham from there is donating all of his production services tonight. And he is a world-class professional, and I mean it. I've actually contracted to him to man a camera at a conference where and this was $1 million conference. They could have afforded the best people in the world, and they got them. They got Abraham from Alpha Media Services, and he didn't ask for a plug or a promo tonight. He just said, yes, I'll come. I've got Tuesday night free. I'd love to come and help. This is important work. And for all of the speakers,
thanks to him, Dave, and thanks to Damian and to George and to everyone who's helped with this, everyone who's spoken tonight. I'm humbled to be in the presence of so many quality people who are standing up for freedom. Even clients of mine like Lyle, honoured to stand beside him. We're here to stand beside Australians and right the balance a bit. Enable people to go toe to toe with the people who are taking these actions and push back in a way that hopefully will win, not just for those people, but for all Australians.
Yeah. It is a team effort, and thank you to every speaker tonight who has made this a must-watch, Australia's biggest ever online free speech rally political thing. We talked it up, and look, it's good to fall short of a very big goal, and we're achieving a lot tonight, and I'm sure the giving is going to continue as we share the clips and videos over the next few days. Yes, you can watch these back later. Yes, you can keep donating over the next days and weeks. Please keep telling all of your friends, everybody. We've got great we're about to hear from Augusto Zimmermann, one of the great team players and collaborators of free speech and constitutional reform in Australia. John, we will, if you're happy to stay by, we will have another chat to you just before we sign off, which we are hoping to do. Look, we said we'd finish at 10, but it's going to be closer to 11. But let's see if we can bring this home now.
Like a good telethon should be. A good telethon should always
awesome. Thanks, David and
far
Damian.
beyond the scheduled time. $133,855 I've got on the screen right now, Dave. So good work,
Brilliant.
everybody. But it's time for the West Australians to kick in. It is only 8:39.
Yeah.
It's time to dig deep, folks.
It's almost not even fair. Not even 9 o'clock there.
Yeah, that's right. Plenty of time to still dig in. Right.
Augusto, your thoughts on freedom of speech and the weaponization? You're a former law reform commissioner. Tell us, how do we get rid of the grievance industry? How do we actually just demolish the whole thing, legally and politically speaking, not literally or physically?
Yes, this is an important question. And I have been involved in these discussions for a long time. And the suggestions that we made in the past were not accepted. First of all, I must say that what you do is extremely important. And the consequences of their omission is now, they are quite visible. But about 10 years ago, 8 years ago, I published this book called No Offense Intended, which was about Section 18C. And I wrote this together with Lorraine Finlay and Joshua Forrester, my colleagues in those days at Murdoch. Lorraine is now the Law Reform Commissioner, the Human Rights Commissioner. And she was the co-author for this book. And you are going to discuss, we have addressed this problem in the past, but we are now in a terrible situation that was caused by the neglection of the basic rights of people to express their opinion. Section 18C was a provision that prevents people from expressing their opinions. Because if you hurt another person's feelings, that is enough ground for accusation of breaching this section, which is in violation of the implied freedom of political communication. So together with Lorraine Finlay and Joshua, we tried to explain this problem to the then Liberal government. Not only that, but the book was launched in the Liberal Party headquarters here in Western Australia, expecting then that they would take this into account. The problem with these anti-discrimination laws is that the more you feel offended, the more the laws can be used in the favor of yourself. But in our book, we make this point that I find to be very important, that only very unreasonable and intolerant people will feel so easily offended and use this legislation, these existing laws. So we made the point, and I have written other articles and even another book on the subject to explain that these laws can be used as instruments of intolerance and bigotry. So rather than actually creating a better society, what these laws actually do is to reinforce positions that are intolerant and antagonistic to a fair and open society. In a democracy, we should always have the right to express our opinions freely. This is one of the basic elements of a truly democratic and free society. In ancient Greece, those who didn't have the right to free speech were considered to be slaves. So the word for freedom is parrhesia in Greek. And it means that only free people can have this right to express their opinions freely. So I have been questioning whether we still have a truly functional and democratic society when you can indeed take unnecessary risks just for expressing opinions that are antagonistic of those expressed by the ruling classes. So we are facing now the escalation of the problem with the fact that this particular provision was not repealed, but now these anti-discrimination laws are being weaponized and used in such a manner as completely silent one of the parts of this debate. It is being used for such a purpose, and this whole thing about misinformation, disinformation bill is the latest development. There is this person called the E-Safety Commissioner, and the Australian government is not only endorsing this approach, but they are now engaged in international conversations with foreign authorities exactly for the purpose of triggering the external affairs power. So the Foreign Affairs Minister in Australia is currently engaging herself in conversations with her counterparts in the United States and in the UK for the purpose of activating the external affairs power and creating further fascistic regulations on free speech. They do not want dissenting opinions, and the whole purpose is to make sure that the narrative of these elites ultimately prevail, and anybody else who dare to have a different opinion will be severely persecuted as a consequence.
Wow, terrifying stuff, Augusto. But thank you very much for explaining that to us, and thank you very, very much for your time tonight and joining us all the way from over in WA.
Thank you very much, and we need to support John Steenhof and the HRLA, the Human Rights Law Alliance. It's very important that those who are listening to us understand the seriousness of the problem. We need to fight the good fight against this oppressive agenda, which is ultimately totalitarian, and for the total elimination or undermining of our fundamental rights and freedoms. Free speech is a necessary component of a free and democratic society. Without free speech, we have no democracy at all.
That is absolutely right. It's the fundamental freedom, isn't it? Without that one, we haven't got any of the others. Dr. Augusto Zimmermann, thank you very much for your time. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So we have reached, I think, Dave, we've got a number on the screen there.
134,497.
Okay, I hope we can get to 140,000 by the time we finish in the next interview. I'm optimistic.
Maybe our next
all
speaker
those
will
West
donate.
Australians that have just gotten up and just joined us. All right, joining us now, Dr. John Humphreys, an economist who's worked in academia, government, consulting, and think tanks. He's an associate researcher at the Centre for Independent Studies, a sessional lecturer at the University of Queensland. John's the founder of the Liberal Democrats and also a senior researcher at the Australian Taxpayers Online, if I've got that right.
Chief economist.
Chief economist. I'm terribly sorry, John. Chief economist. That was a bit, I demoted you there. Sorry about that, sir. John, just your initial thoughts, mate, on this whole situation, obviously that Dave's going through, and more broadly, just where the country is at right now in terms of liberty and freedom and free speech.
Yes, thanks, gents. I know you're asking me about the situation with free speech, but can I just start by commenting on the situation right here? Congratulations, fellas. Dave, Damian, and previously George, this has been a great evening. You've gone for, what is it now, coming up to 4 hours? So, Dave, I can imagine you're getting tired there, but this has been a very impressive effort from you guys and a great lineup of speakers. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching this wonderful lineup come up and down off the screen. So well done there. On the issue we're facing here, I mean, this is going to be nothing new to a lot of the listeners, but it's another example of what Vivek Ramaswamy calls the fourth arm of government. And he likes to make this point. There's supposed to be three arms of government, not four. And what he means by that is the bureaucracy has decided that it has a life of its own that is equal to or exceeds the other roles of government. And I think this has become more true than we would like to believe. It's very easy to rail against bureaucracy, and as we should, but the power of bureaucracy in our system is now exorbitant. It's out of control, and it's really starting to make a mess of things. One way I think we see this, if I may, it's often remarked on, lamented, that the major parties in Australia and in many other countries seem remarkably similar. And I think that is true. And then it's assumed that they're like collaborating with each other or they're all in the same clubs. They're really not. They still are competing to try and sit on the fancy benches. The problem is they both basically take their marching orders from the bureaucracy. I mean, politicians dedicate their life and they work very hard to get elected. A lot of them don't know what they're going to do once they get there. And once they get there, They have a couple of advisors who are university students who also want to get elected. And then they've got a bureaucracy full of thousands of people who've been there for decades, wear very fancy suits and have briefcases full of very fancy reports. And those bureaucrats basically walk all over the ministers. So we constantly are trying to push the politicians to make better decisions. We've got to be aware first that these politicians are being largely pushed around by the bureaucratic class. And what we've seen in your case right here is another example of this is the sort of thing the bureaucracy wants. And they push this, they get that, they give themselves more power through their puppets in politics, and then they use it in ways to promote their recreating of a utopian agenda, which is what they imagine. They're so smart that tradition is full of mistakes and they can recreate a better world in their image if they just have the power. And now they have the power. And I think that's one thing to keep in mind here, is this dangerous overstepping of the bounds of bureaucracy. And I may just, to echo what John Ruddick said before, and you'd be unsurprised to hear me agreeing with him, that this is inevitable once you have a government this big. Because who gravitates towards, we talk about who gravitates towards politics. Some good people do, they want to make a difference. But who gravitates towards bureaucracy? And some people just need a job, and I get that. But going into the swamp, really into the swamp, working your way up into the swamp, these are people who think they have better ideas for how to run society than the rest of us. And if we just give them enough money and power, they can rebuild the utopia in the image that they have in their mind. And those people are inherently leftist. People who want to destroy tradition and rebuild society in their image, they are inherently leftist. So when you have a big government, it comes with a big bureaucracy, and those bureaucrats are going to forever be the enemy of free people and people who want to pursue traditional lifestyles. I've lost you, gents. Sorry.
Time goes on, and more and more and more.
Sorry,
petty.
you were just muted then.
I was
My
muted.
mistake. Repeat from that wonderful explanation. Thanks, John, for nobody heard that. That was my fault. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just saying, John, that government just continuously expands itself.
Has no incentive to shrink.
No incentive whatsoever. Thank you. No incentive whatsoever to shrink itself. Only incentive to grow itself, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I just say the one obvious bulwark against this, the bulwark against the woke information classes in media and in entertainment and in education, and this bureaucratic class that wants to impose their utopia, the one large remaining power force that we can look to is the traditional cultural groups. And this is a thing that you might make more sense to hear coming from David's side of this, the Christian or conservative or nationalist side of this, rather than a libertarian. But I am quite convinced of Vivek's idea that national conservatives, Christians, and libertarians need to be teaming up at this point in time. And the bulwark we can have against this is our traditional cultural groupings, families, churches, community. And it's no surprise, therefore, to see that those are the groups that the left are still going after. They either look to co-opt groups they could co-opt. If they co-opted them, they've done it. If they can't co-opt them, you've got a conservative church or a family group, they're undermining them. And we should be looking to any way we can to strengthen those little platoons of society as the remaining bulwark we have against the insane left.
Yeah, brilliant.
Absolutely.
Thank you, John. A great pleasure getting you on, and thank you for staying up. But guess what? The honour goes to the last people, because there are more people watching now than there have been all night. It's just been increasing over and over and over. On my Facebook page, I am now down to 4 viewers out of 12,000 people watching. On my YouTube, well under 1,000, but on Twitter, we're approaching 8,000 people. So 8,500 people watching all together right now. So thank you to everyone. And we have just a couple of speakers left. We're going to try and wrap up in the next 15 to 20 minutes, if not sooner. John Humphreys, thank you very much for your contribution tonight.
Thank you. Well done, fellas.
Don't forget, you can donate right now or tomorrow or later at defenddemocracy.au. But why not make it sooner than later? We are trying to raise $1 million, and we are 1/10 of the way there. If you know a couple of millionaires, then tap them on the shoulder, share this video stream with them, and let them know what we're trying to do. We are raising a shield to protect innocent people against the sword of government swung by cynical and sad people, the grievance industry, and lawfare activists trying to shut down opinions they don't like with the power of big government. And we don't need more of that. So
we're $3 off 135,000 now. $3 off 135,000.
So
we're getting there. I said I wanted to get to 135,000 by the time John finished. So ouch.
We're pretty,
I might
pretty
just
close.
About $3 actually. We could just say.
Can we get to 150 by the time we say goodnight?
That would be good.
I thought we could raise $1 million in 3 hours. I really believed we could do that, but we just didn't have the viewer base. We needed 100,000 people watching instead of 10. But look,
Dave, tell me something. You mentioned before, and I think this is really quite interesting, that you've got, and I think it speaks to the problem with Zuckerberg and Meta. They're really such a potent difference between the numbers you've got on X and Twitter right now versus the number of followers you have.
Let me tell you, I've got double the number of my followers watching on my Twitter.
Yeah.
So I've got like 3,000 people watching on X.
Yep.
Sorry, I've got 3,000 people following me on X,
and
there's about 6,000 people watching.
But on Facebook, which is Zuckerberg's Meta and Instagram and all of that. So on Facebook, you've got how many followers?
12,000.
And how many viewers right now?
3 or 4.
Okay.
7 to be accurate.
Right. I heard you and George discussing this when I was driving over tonight.
It's
and
obscene,
I thought,
isn't it?
it's absolutely so telling.
Yeah.
And you think...
it's a free speech problem.
Yeah. As George said, we've got to look at regulation. And I think Daisy Cousens also mentioned that she hates regulation, of course, and so do I, but something's got to
Good
be
instinct.
done. But the point is, it's also terrible business. My other life, I spent a lot of time working in corporate public relations, and I work with a lot of big companies, and it's just damn stupid what Meta is doing right now with this nonsense of throttling conservatives or trying to, they haven't learnt their lesson. They're continuing to alienate 50% of the population or more, and they're continuing to damage their own. And this is something that I think is funny because once upon a time, it was the left that were fighting for free speech. It was the left that were trying to come back to what Topher was saying about who is the counterculture now. And I guess conservatives have lost power, so we are the counterculture now. So we're the ones fighting for free speech and the right to continue to tell our message. But it swings and roundabouts. So the one thing we've got to agree on, the one thing that the left and right must always unite on, and I have seen some good allies on the left on this coming forward lately, is the question of free speech. Because when we lose that, we all lose. We totally all lose out.
100%.
And so the Human Rights Law Alliance, definitely worth supporting. And hopefully we will get to that 150K.
Agreed. Let's have a listen to a firecracker by the name of Pat Mesiti.
This is Pat Mesiti, and first and foremost, I want to thank David Pellowe for taking a stand, a strong stand. We as believers are under attack, and that is nothing new. As a matter of fact, Jesus said we would be persecuted. That is our badge of honor. However, what's happening is they're expecting us to approve of evil. Interestingly, our society is, well, used to be anyway, but let's just say the Christian community is one that doesn't like evil. Or maybe, for some, they cater to evil. There's one thing to commit a sin or commit something evil, but there's another thing to give approval for it. King David, of course, he sinned, but he never gave approval to it. And what we find now is we have a Christianity that is giving approval for wrongdoing. My Bible says in 1 Corinthians 13:6, it says, love does not delight in evil. We don't delight, we don't promote. And for us to be promoting pagan rituals would be the same as us promoting and giving credence to and giving approval of transgenderism or adultery or any of the sins. Now, many of us, I'm sure, understand the concept that we are all sinners and we sin. But we must never give approval to sin. As a matter of fact, in Romans chapter 1, verse 32, God is very strong and he is very condemning of people that give approval to sin. Approval to sin. We look at Lot when the angels of God came down and he said, take my daughters. He was approving of their sinful behavior. We must never, ever, at any juncture, at any time, give approval for paganism or pagan behavior. Well, how do Christians give approval? Sadly, they give approval through their silence. Behavior unchallenged is behavior approved. When you don't challenge your children when they're doing something wrong, you are actually approving of their behavior. I find that people are approving with things like being vocally supportive. They use Bible verses and say things like Jesus was a friend of publicans and sinners. And they're right. Oftentimes you hear Christians saying that Jesus was a friend of publicans and sinners. And he was. He did not come to affirm them. He came to help them change. God never, ever, ever at any time affirms of bad behavior, especially paganism, as our government is trying us to do. And then there's another form of approval where they vote for political parties. Right now in America, we have the evangelicals for Kamala Harris. And of course, we have Billy Graham's granddaughter standing out there. I want to make a statement here. God has no grandchildren. I could give two tosses if it's Billy Graham's granddaughter or Wilbur Wilberforce's great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter. It makes no difference to God, and it gives you no spiritual standing. Sadly, these same people, if they want to go down that path, should be evangelicals for transgenderism, evangelicals for late-term abortion, evangelicals for drug use. That is what they're giving approval to. And sadly, most of the woke church in this country is no different. We don't speak. We don't confront things that are evil in our culture. Where was the outcry from the Christian community? Well, maybe a little bit of outcry during the Olympics. People and churches and pastors are giving approval not only through their silence, but how they vote. So we've got vocal approval. We've got voting approval. We have silence approval. And then we've got the activism approval. It is amazing to me how many believers got behind things like The Voice. How many leaders got behind things like The Voice. Of course, our woke Pope down in Melbourne, who shall remain nameless, again jumped on the bandwagon. This is craziness and people who show an incredible lack of biblical understanding. I'm very grateful for David, and I'm very grateful for the stand, because what he's doing affects all of us. It affects all of us. We must never give approval to evil acts, paganism, animism, or any of these things that have crept not just into our culture, but sadly into our churches. Could I encourage you to financially support David? Don't give your leftovers. Give of your best. And when you give of your best, believe you me, God will bless you. And we are not only doing this for now, we are doing this for our children and our children's children. The Bible says that a good man or woman leaves an inheritance for their children and their children's children. We need to leave a strong spiritual inheritance. So get behind David, support him financially. And David, God bless you. Thanks for taking a stand.
It's Andrew Cedra here from Echo Church in Sydney. It's an honor to be with you guys today. I wanted to quickly share my personal story of coming to Australia as a refugee in 2007. My dad is a pastor and a gospel preacher. He was preaching the gospel in the public square in Egypt and the Muslim Middle East. And as a consequence, he ended up converting a particular woman to Christianity. She ended up encountering Jesus, believing the gospel, repenting of his sin, and getting baptized. And as a consequence, down there, he ended up being charged that he needs to go to jail and potentially get tortured for daring to speak the Bible in the public square. It was an awesome opportunity and honor to come here to Australia to find freedom, liberty, and democracy. Yet as we came here, we ended up figuring out that there is an aggressive attack on freedom, particularly the freedom of speech and the freedom of worship and the freedom to worship. Australia, historically, constitutionally, and fundamentally, is a free nation. And as this nation continues to drift away from God, as a consequence, you will by nature lose its freedom. I love the Constitution of Australia as I say that Australia is a nation that humbly relies on the blessing of Almighty God. Meaning that Australia is not a prideful nation that worships the God of government. And this is the reason as Christians, we must obey the scripture more than the state. We must preach the truth of the Bible no matter what the cost. We must speak Christ to culture. It's very inspiring watching pastors, preachers, and ministers like Dave Pellowe who are choosing to speak the truth of the Bible no matter what the cost. Who are choosing to speak truth to power no matter what the consequences are going to be. Who is choosing to be a prophet in a time that is full of politicians. Who's choosing to abide by the biblical truth, and as a consequence, it will lead to freedom and liberty. Because this is the truth, and it's very, very biblical, that freedom is a byproduct of truth. Truth is the only pathway to freedom, and truth is the only way Australia will be free. This is why the Bible said it this way, and you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. This is why freedom, the freedom of speech, the freedom of worship, the freedom to worship, the freedom of expression, and the freedom of conscience, they're not leftist values, they're not liberal virtues, they're not leftist ideas, they're not democracy ideals, but more than anything, they're actually Christian ideals. God created all people in his image for his glory. And because God created all people in his image, they're free to think, they're free to speak, and they're free to choose. Freedom is a right given to every single human being by God and God alone. See, God saved people like me and my family from the Middle East, from the violent Islamists, and from very Islamic government to come to Australia to warn people that if you do not take care of your freedom, you will lose it. If you continue to be quiet, eventually it will be illegal to speak. If you continue to be silent, eventually you will be forced to shut up. Because firstly, things become controversial. Then they'll become political and divisive. And before you know it, what used to be normal to speak, it will be illegal. And we can clearly see with all this vilification and hate speech laws, which are pretty much blasphemy and apostasy laws that tend to target Christians and pastors. They are laws that are designed to suppress and stop the truth. Because the reason people try to stop the truth is because truth is very, very powerful. And because truth is the only pathway to freedom. So people and governments tend to try to suppress the truth, to cancel the truth, to try to postpone the truth, because truth is powerful and truth always and always wins. Australia has to go back to its foundation, to rely humbly under the blessing of Almighty God, because freedom comes from God and not government. We have to make Australia great again by making Australia godly again. The only way to make Australia free again is to make Australia God-fearing again. And when most people, particularly leftists, when they say hate speech, what they really mean is hate facts and hate truth. Meaning speech that they hate, truth that they don't like, and facts that are inconvenient. This is the reason here in Australia, we must speak up. We must not be silent. We must not be quiet. We must speak truth to power, and we must preach the truth of the Bible no matter what the consequences are going to be. It's time for every single person to step up, to speak up, because God is not scared to say no when the world is saying yes. And the Bible is not scared to say no when the world is screaming yes. God sent me Australia from the other side of the world to warn you. If you don't stand for your freedom, you will lose your freedom. It is an honor to be living in a free and a beautiful country like Australia. And I'm here to warn you to take care of your freedom, to take care of your country, and to defend democracy no matter what the cost.
Good evening, everyone. Great to be with you. Rocco Loiacono is my name, legal academic, Sky News and Spectator Australia contributor. Thank you to all those who read my work and write to me. I'm pleased to be joining this telethon, and it's indeed a great privilege to be able to support Dave. I want to relate to you a personal story. About 3 or 4 years ago, I was asked to review a proposed unit on Indigenous law. And I had a look at the proposed unit, and it included things like reparations and colonialism and the effects of colonialism and all these kind of things. And I responded to the people concerned saying, well, look, I'm not entirely sure that there's any law in this. And I pointed out that there are many people in Australia who, if they wanted to, could lay claim to reparations for some wrong done to them. But rather than wallow in victimhood, we should look forward rather than look backward. Before I knew it, I was a subject of proceedings alleging that I was racist and that the code of conduct of the university was used to allege that I had been completely disrespectful to my colleagues. Now, as you can imagine, the process is what is the punishment rather than the actual end result. Now, thankfully, at the time, I had some really good support, and I was able to, by the grace of God, fight back against these allegations, these frivolous and nasty allegations from the activists, from the Aboriginal activists inside the university. And naturally, I was thankfully cleared of racism and any of those kind of things. And it was asked of me whether I would apologise. And I said, no, I'm not going to apologise. What do I have to apologise for? It was asked if I was in fact told that I should go and do some re-education. I said, no, I'm not going to go and do re-education. What I've pointed out is basically an opinion. I've stated a belief. I've stated something that it's actually in fact. And this went on. And again, thankfully, I found some good people who were willing to stand up for me, and we fought back. And we were able to have that requirement for education completely removed. What's the point? The point is they can come after any one of us, and it doesn't matter what we say. Even if we know in our hearts what we're saying is right, if there's an activist who is offended, who feels like they're a victim, they can come after you just like they're coming after Dave right now, just like they came after me in the past. It's time to say enough. Enough is enough. Right? We in this country have probably the most successful experiment in the world in terms of bringing people from all four corners of the earth united under a common set of values. One of those values is that we may disagree, but we respect people's rights to disagree. We respect people's belief. It was inherent very early on the foundations of the colonies of Australia, that whether you were Jew or Gentile, Catholic or Protestant, man or woman, that the thing was that we all got on. We were all the same, we were all equal. We were all equal in the eyes of the law. And that was made clear with the Colby case, the convicts who were allowed to sue their captain, who lost their luggage, and with the right for them to sue the captain was upheld even though they were convicts. Back in the 1830s and 1836, the rights of Catholics and Protestants to hold property equally for their own purposes was upheld. The fact is that this country was founded by people who relied upon the blessing of Almighty God. And it is our God-given right to be able to think what we want to think, say what we want to say, and believe what we want to believe. And it's time now for us to stand with Dave in his hour of need and give generously to the Human Rights Law Alliance, who pro bono act for so many people who are persecuted, particularly because they are Christian, particularly because they stand for their beliefs, particularly because they don't want to be told by government what to think. They don't want to be told by the activist class that they should shut up because they might offend somebody. It's time to stand against this complete lawfare which has taken over our society, the use of the law to persecute people simply because of their beliefs. Dave's going to fight. We need to fight with him. It's time to raise the shield against the sword of government. Thank you, and give generously.
Nope. Hang on. Sorry.
Damian, you're not dressed.
I'm not dressed. Caught me out.
Well, that was Rocco Loiacono, as well as Pastor Andrew Cedra and Brother Pat Mesiti, two Christian brothers there preaching up a storm. And of course, Rocco is also a great Christian brother that I love meeting, and we just saw each other in Perth. But yeah, I mean, imagine telling a lawyer that he's being racist when he says there's no law. He gives you his legal opinion.
Yeah, I know. It's absolutely absurd. It's
a law lecturer, actually.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Not just a lawyer.
This is the extent to which it's gone, really, and it's just I'm. The problem is that you do get numb to it after a while, right? And you start to accept it, a bit like what happened to us during COVID, when we just started to accept the lockdowns as sort of normal. It's amazing how quickly that shift from this something being unusual to something being quite usual happens. It fascinates me. But we don't want to get locked into a pattern of thinking that this stuff is acceptable and normal.
I like Michael Thorpe's comment here. Yes, Minister was a reality TV show.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you think of what we're saying, what John was saying before. I think about the bureaucracy being who's really in control, of course, and
speaking of John,
and politicians not having the power.
Let's bring John Steenhof back in, our final speaker for the night as we start wrapping it up. John Steenhof, thank you for all your work again. Thank you for hanging out with us all night. I know you've got an incredibly large amount of work to do, and you've made this night possible to help us help so many of your clients. So you've been very generous indeed. But tell us, I guess, what else is on your heart that you'd like to share as we wrap up this telethon?
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Damian. I guess at the heart of this are a lot of different human stories. We've heard from lots of different speakers tonight, some people who've been through some extraordinary journeys where they've been in that crucible of the attention of the tribunals, of the activists taking them through courts. I mean, Bernie was there before any of this infrastructure was set up, before HRLA really existed, and he's suffered immensely. But there are so many stories, and it's my real privilege in this work to stand alongside everyday Australians who show courage in the face of a hostile culture. They're people who want to live truthfully. When they see something that is wrong, they want to speak, and they want to be faithful in what is a very febrile culture. And it's about for them maintaining their integrity and their beliefs, even where it's out of step with the prevailing fashionable ideas of the culture. And so when people donate, they're donating to alleviate some of that pressure, that anxiety that comes when someone gets the knock on the door or the letter that says they've been dragged before a tribunal. And just really thankful and humbled by the incredible generosity of you, Dave, and organising this, of you, Damian, and George as well, to co-host, of all of the speakers. I think we show in these kinds of events the kind of solidarity that crosses denominational lines, that crosses political lines, when people realise that we want to see freedom of speech, we want to see freedom of association, we want to see protection of children and parents, we want to see conscience safeguarded, and that's going to be good for everybody. And so that's what we do here, and I'm privileged to be able to do it and stand along people like all of my clients, but you too, Dave, facing a tribunal. It's not fun, but we're beside you, and we're here to support you and give you the best representation that we can. And so I'm very humbled and grateful tonight. And a lot of these stories can make you feel a little down and depressed at where society's going, but it never depresses me because as a Christian, I know who's in control, right? I know that all of this,
Amen.
how it ends. I've read the book, and the last page of it tells me that God wins, Jesus comes back, and all things work out for good for those who love him. And so I can be confident that whatever's happening now, I just follow faithfully and serve faithfully and seek first his kingdom, and everything else will be added unto me. So that's such a great comfort, and hopefully it is reflected in the way that I represent clients, in the way that I live, and in the way that we run our cases. So thanks so much, Dave.
Thank you very, very much, John. Damian,
thank you, John, for the work that you do as well.
Yeah.
It's fantastic stuff, and much needed, and sadly, because of the state we're in at the moment. But anyway, have we hit the $140,000 mark? Not quite. We're almost there.
Yeah. Oh, guys, who wants to donate $41,000 right now? We're up to 138,177 as I see, which is well over $100,000 more than it was before we started the night. So well done. I'm excited by that, and please, to the 8,748 people watching right now, share this and encourage your friends and followers to come and watch this show. I mean, jump in any part of the nearly 4.5 hours that we've done, and there's going to be a great short passionate speech about the need to defend innocent people and fight for everybody's basic freedoms for a quality of democracy. We're going to chop it up in clips, etc., but this is the place to send people to, defendingdemocracy.au. You might be watching this on X or another social media platform, but all of the clips and everything will be embedded here, easy to find tomorrow and a week from now at defendingdemocracy.au. We're going to keep this fundraiser going for as long as possible, and of course you can find out more about the wonderful work of the Human Rights Law Alliance at hrla.org.au.
Dave, before we finish, just tell us where you're at. I mean, where is the case at now? Well, we've got John here too, and what's the next step?
Look, my understanding of the case now is there is mandatory conciliation that I have to attend at the Queensland Human Rights Commission on the 5th of September at 9:30 a.m. That's, there's several options open to me. I've got to discuss with my lawyer. It's really strange to be able to say that. I feel like Donald Trump and criminals need lawyers. But do I repeat myself? Sorry, Don. But
that's all right, Dave.
He is a victim of lawfare.
Just,
no doubt about that.
John, maybe we. No, I wouldn't put you. Yeah, I'm actually going to.
I can speak to this easily, Dave. We've got the first step in the process.
No, I actually want you to speak to this question. Florian actually hinted at this earlier. Florian Heiser, watching, said, "Can you take the Human Rights Commission to the Human Rights Commission?" I'm wondering, can we complain about the QHRC to the AHRC? Surely there must be some benefit to doing that.
It's unlikely, if they've done their job, if they've done everything in accordance with the legislation which gives them broad powers, that there's any merit in taking those kinds of complaints. You don't want to meet lawfare with lawfare, Dave. But what you want to do is make sure that when we go into a conciliation room where it'll be a confidential process, that you're given a good account of who you are and what you believe and why you've said what you have. And hopefully that'll be sufficient to resolve the matter and to convince the claimant that it's not worth pursuing this matter further, because there are long and complex and costly processes that they can engage once that conciliation finishes. And if it's not successful, which will involve tribunals and then higher courts, the very kinds of things that my good friend Lyle Shelton is going through, who we've represented through his original tribunal hearing, and which will then be now the subject of an appeal. If you can avoid that, then that would be a wonderful blessing. And so it's about praying that there's a good outcome to that conciliation, going in and conducting yourself in a way that is fitting for someone of our faith convictions. And remembering that our battle isn't against flesh and blood, it's against spiritual powers. And that there's a lot of people who are darkened in their understanding, and we need to be compassionate for them. The Bible calls us to love our enemies. We've got to show that even as we resist the claims that they make. It's just, I think, the best approach to take.
Well said, John. Very well said. Yeah. Also, setting precedent is important too, isn't it? It's a very important part of what you do. How do you view that? And just as
well, I think it's so essential. And one of the things that we do when we're selecting cases is look at whether or not this is going to be something that's going to benefit other people, or whether it's going to resolve an unclear area of law. The good thing about taking cases like Billboard Chris's, for instance, is that this law hasn't been tested. And if we can get a stake in the ground in a precedent that sets a really high threshold before you can attack freedom of speech, then it's going to defang some of the powers of the e-safety commissioner and mean that others who want to speak are going to be less likely to face those takedown notices. And so, that's the essence of what we want to do.
Yeah.
Is clients to run those good cases. And then
I think it's such a hugely important part of what you do. Defending people like Dave is obviously very important, and these individual cases are important, but nothing is more important than setting those precedents that actually, deter and prevent other frivolous claims, or really truly reset the bar in terms of what's required, what hoops people have to jump over before they can make claims.
Yeah, it's not just precedents in law, precedents that will affect law. We also want to affect culture as well. You recognize that when you show courage, it's contagious. When you win these cages, it gives other people courage. In some of the examples that I've got of people who I've helped didn't even get anywhere near a law court. For instance, there's a pilot who I always call Alex when I'm talking about him, because he's still employed. He was with a major Australian airline. He didn't want to fly a plane that was festooned with the rainbow flag image. And he made that known to his employer, and he was immediately stood down and put under employment processes. He came to us early. We helped him when he had to navigate meetings with the chief pilot and the chief of HR, and he was able to be reinstated without any disciplinary action. It wasn't a full accommodation of his conscientious objections. He was still told that if he was told to fly the plane again, he would have to. But he was able to express his view, and he hasn't had to fly the plane up until this time. Now, I went and had coffee with him the other day and said, how are you going? And he said, everyone within that carrier, all the pilots, hate the political punching down done by the executives. And all of them heard about this pilot who would refuse to fly the rainbow plane. And one of them came up to him and said, if you know the guy who refused to fly that plane, tell him we're all with him, and give him a slap on the back and tell him he's a bloody legend. So that's how you can affect the culture within an organization, if you show courage, and how the help that we give can mean that others have a bit of courage to be able to push back. And so you can affect both law and sort of the culture as well. And that's a really important part of what we do.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why, I just think it's so wonderful what you're doing too, Dave, with this particular case, that you're not backing around, where you are showing courage and you are fighting back. And that's, I think, a testament to the impact that has culturally, as John just mentioned, is how many people came on tonight, John, to talk and to support you. And, it was a no-brainer for me to sort of, support you in this. I think it's just so critically important for so many of us. So thank you, mate, and congratulations on what you've achieved just tonight. And no doubt we'll continue to achieve as this moves forward.
Yeah, well, praise God, I certainly don't want to take any credit. It's always a team effort, and it's a great testimony to the strength of the body of believers who are the faithful remnant, as well as great unbelieving friends who well and truly, understanding that when we unite, we have a chance to defend and not just defend ourselves, but defend those others who are yet to face this in coming days, weeks, and months. But yeah, it's always an impressive thing to see the team in action. So that is fantastic.
Definitely
do you have any
inspiring.
closing final thoughts for us?
Well, just simply that, I think all Australians have to understand the importance of this. I think that's the main message and I think people certainly do. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to try and communicate that to our friends who are perhaps not aware, because it's very hard to get awareness around these things. There's a certain core group of the community that are very active and engaged, and particularly in the Christian circles that we move in, very actively engaged. But I think we've got to extend that further to our friends and family, and try to just make people more and more aware. So I just encourage people to keep doing that and don't give up the fight. Don't lose the courage. It's a great country we're saving here. And don't be intimidated for 1 second by the left. Always counter, always challenge, always push back, always question, and always use the language and the techniques and the approaches that they might use to attack us can often be, very peacefully turned back on them. With a good heart and a good spirit in doing that, but doing it nonetheless, so that we balance the game a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. May God be with you. Thank you, everyone who participated, viewers and donors and speakers and co-hosts, and John for the work you do. And it's appropriate to give the late, great Queen of England, Elizabeth, the final words. But we bid you all adieu, and
Good
please
night,
keep donating, please keep sharing, and stand strong for truth and justice, and be brave. Good night, everyone.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, John. Good night, everyone.
Today, we need a special kind of courage. Not the kind needed in battle, but a kind which makes us stand up for everything that we know is right, everything that is true and honest. We need the kind of courage that can withstand the subtle corruption of the cynics, so that we can show the world that we are not afraid of the future.